They come from backgrounds as diverse as one could imagine, but one may win the Open today. Will it be Seve Ballesteros of Spain marching toward a possible Grand Slam of Masters, U.S. and British Opens, and the PGA? It brings memories of that other Grand Slam when Bobby Jones won the U.S. and British Amateur and Open titles in 1930. Or will it be Tom Watson, Kansas City's Tom Sawyer grown to manhood, trying to repeat as U.S. Open champion? Watson and Ballesteros, the two greatest players in the game today, are tied for the lead with 18 holes to play. The last Open champion to successfully defend was Ben Hogan. That was 32 years ago when he won at Oakland Hills. Or will it be Calvin Peete? No black golfer has ever won the Open, but he could do it today. The man who followed the migrant workers trail until discovering golf at age 23 is just one shot behind. Will it be the kid from Spain becoming the first of his country to hold the title? Or the defending champion, Mid-America's hero, Tom Watson? Or Cal Peete, Horatio Alger, 1980s version? Or will it be someone else? There's already been one moment of drama in this championship. It happened a while ago when Arnold Palmer came up the 18th green. It could be the last time he walks up to 18 in the United States Open Championship. For several years now, he's been here by special invitation. That may not happen anymore. He might have to try to qualify next year, and he might not make it. So this could be adieu. On the golf course where he lost the playoff to the young Jack Nicklaus 21 years ago for this championship. And he still makes the skin tingle when he walks up 18. The man who caused a tremendous amount of interest in the game of golf. Now this is Brad Faxon. He finished just a couple of minutes ago and will be the low amateur in this year's U.S. Open Championship. Brad, young man from Furman University, played on the Walker Cup team. You were over there just a couple of weeks ago, Dave. Now to the first tee. 469-yard par 4, and again today we'll be following the leaders every step of the way. All 18 holes until we determine the 1983 United States Open champion. Could be a tie, of course. If so, it'll be a playoff tomorrow, and we'll be here for that, but enough about that later on. It certainly would be better to determine a champion today, and
this is the last series of the final round. The referee is Bill Campbell, president of the United States Golf Association from Huntington, West Virginia. The observer is Ed Marshall, a member of the USGA Executive Committee from Huntington Valley, Pennsylvania. The special observer is Ted Harker, a member of the Royal and Ancient Golf Club of St Andrews, Scotland. The players are the defending National Open champion, Tom Watson, Kansas City, Missouri.
Trying for those back-to-back Opens. Greatest player in the world for the past 4 or 5 years.
And Severiano Ballesteros, Santander, Spain.
But those from Europe say, wait a minute, it isn't Watson any longer. Maybe it's this man. Maybe it's Seve Ballesteros.
Mr. Watson has the honor. Play away, please.
Talk about high drama on a golf course. Dave, you could not have more of a confrontation than this. The two greatest players in the game today, is that fair to say?
I would sure think so over the past number of years. And, of course, Seve is underrated, I feel, in this country. He feels like we call him lucky, but when you keep doing it, Jim, you're not lucky. You're just good. Maybe some of the people just don't want to admit it. But anyhow, here's the defender.
No comment needed.
That's a marvelous way to start. What a very difficult driving hole.
Bob Rosberg will be walking with that group as Seve steps up to tee off.
He hasn't changed his game plan either, Jim. He's going off with an iron. You won't see too many woods by this man. I play with people like this, but they don't play near as well as he does.
That's right. Okay, Seve's tee shot. And he's just caught the edge of the rough, but the lie does not look too bad. So, the final twosome of the day has gone off. It's going to be a long afternoon. It's going to be a fascinating one and almost certainly an exciting one. I'm Jim McKay reporting from our anchor position high above the 18th green. A championship here that started at 7 o'clock last Thursday morning when Rodney Kimmel of the Adams Municipal Golf Club in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, became the first player in this year's U.S. Open. He isn't with us now. After rounds of 80 and 84, Rodney was on his way back to Oklahoma. But he has played in the Open, and since then, we have seen lightning and thunder and hailstones and rain. We have seen a great amount of wonderful golf. We have seen the golf course, however, very successfully defend itself against the onslaught. And now we're going to take him to the finish. Let's bring in Dave Marr, former PGA champion, and one hardly knows where to start with the stories.
Well, you've started a little bit there in the opening with Tom and Calvin and Seve, and it looked this way at Augusta with a number of good players that were up there, and Seve broke it open right away. I don't look for that to happen here because the golf course is at the Masters. I don't look for that to happen here because Oakmont is a different golf course. If it's broken open, it will be because a player plays badly rather than another player playing well, I feel. But there are other stories. You got Raymond Floyd, who has never seriously challenged for U.S. Open. No reason for that. For 20 years, been one of our best players. You've got Hal Sutton, who's probably the best young player out here today, and second leading money winner for the year. He could even take that position over with a good finish here. Larry Nelson, not enough said about Larry Nelson. He's had a very poor year putting. Seems to have found it yesterday, and with that 65, shot the lowest round of the tournament by 3 strokes. That shows a lot about him. And there's any number of players, Jim, that come out of the pack.
No question about it. The golf course in a little faster condition, perhaps, than yesterday.
Well, it could be a little faster, and certainly the rain is not going to make the greens any slower. All they could do is maybe hold a little better. As we look at it there, the turnpike and the railroad tracks cutting through part of the golf course does not come into play, really. This is just a real fine golf course, loaded with tradition, Jim.
Sure is. Well, here is the first hole, 469-yard par 4, and it has been fearsome all through this week, but even more so today, it seems to me, of many of the groups, good groups, people who have been playing well, have had bogeys and double bogeys. This is Ray Floyd on the second green right now.
He's putting downhill, in case you wondered why that was so fast. That was a very, very nice putt there.
Ray Floyd at 1 over par for the championship is 2 strokes off the lead. All right, and he's safely in. North Carolinian, who's never won the Open, as Dave said, never challenged seriously for it, and nobody knows why. Certainly he doesn't, because he's one of the best players in the world and has been for a long time. Cal Peete on the first green. He has had problems on this hole. He already lies 4 on the par 4 hole. Needs this putt for a bogey 5. He was bunkered.
Well, first of all, he drove it in the rough, which is unusual for Calvin because he far and away leads in the percentage of fairways hit, especially if you say it's with a wood. Again, just tells you, Oakmont, you must put the ball in the fairway.
A bogey 5 for Cal Peete drops him to 1 over for the championship. 2 strokes off the lead now, behind Watson, Ballesteros. So Larry Nelson is alone at even par of the competitors. Ballesteros now from the light rough on the right-hand side of the first green.
And from where he is, it's a crest of a hill, Jim, and the hole, even though it measures in yardage 469, it is so much downhill it doesn't play near that long. Players this week have been hitting a lot of short irons. Now, his view, if you see the white post just to the left of the yellow object there behind the green, that's a directional flag because he cannot see the top of the flag. The way he's leaning, I'd say it's right.
There you see the ball just off the right side and into the heavier cut. That difference of about 3 inches there from the light cut can make a big difference to him.
It's a difference between 4 and 5. You better measure it usually.
David, that shot was from 215 yards. I just don't know if Seve, you know, he's played all week with an iron, but playing with Watson, I just wonder if it comes down to where it's head-to-head that he can keep on doing what he's done all week. It's going to be very, very difficult.
Bob, what was the mood of the 2 men before they teed off?
Well, very, very tense, I thought, for as well as I know them. There's one other question out here, too. They had to wait already on the first hole. Now, the pace of play, both these players play very quickly, and I just wonder if that's going to have something to do with it.
Okay.
About how long a shot did Tom have, Bob?
Well, he was 175 and hit an awful shot, way left.
Ooh.
I mean that shot isn't even close.
It's down in the old zucchini patch. You can see the top of it.
A little easier shot than Sevy's, I would think, Jim.
Okay, the leaders are underway, both in some trouble on the first hole. Tom Watson, defending champion, third shot, first hole. And rather lucky to find such a clean line, that very heavy rough. And he's played a pretty good shot, but from that lie, I think Tom would have liked to have got it 5 or 6 feet closer. On the other hand, Ballesteros, I thought, was a little bit unlucky with his second shot. He went very boldly at the flag. And there, as you see, our roving announcers way out on the course. They'll be with us, keeping us informed as to all the little tidbits of information as they go around the course. Bob Rosberg with this match, Eddie Sneed with Calvin Peete and Larry Nelson, and Terry Deal with Gil Morgan and Ray Floyd. And I'm Peter Alliss, and I'm delighted to be with you on this very, well, what promises to be a very exciting afternoon. Here's Ballesteros. You can see nestling right in the rough. It's a very tricky one. You'd hardly believe he could stop that short of the hole, really, because he seemed to play it fairly firmly. And now what two very important opening putts. But I don't think Seve will be too mad with himself, really, because he did go from the light rough where his tee shot finished very boldly at the flag. And as I say, it was a bit unlucky just to find that very thick rough, no more than 4 or 5 feet off the edge of the green. So both these players, both the leaders, starting out at 1 under, and both have quite longish putts for pars on this opening hole. And as we saw yesterday with that terrific round of Larry Nelson, he did 65 yesterday, which pulled him right up the leaderboard. All these names we're looking at now, perhaps as far down as, well, 6, 7 over par, maybe even 8 over par. If they were to do a 65 and the leaders were to stumble and fumble a little bit, and they get their score in early and post it up on the boards, we could see something quite dramatic happening. Jack Nicklaus, 13 over par, played 16 holes today. Not a good week for Jack. Now here's young Seve. There's all the statistics: 25 years of age, 6 foot, a bachelor. And what a fair catch he would be. So now, Seve's first championship putt of the day. What is it, 12, 14 feet? And it's for a par. How'd you like that? That's not too bad a way to start the day, and it's all thrust and counter thrust, punch and counter punch. Well, Tom Watson, Bob, you and I were having a chat last night. He really did putt well, didn't he, yesterday?
He putted about as well as anybody I've ever seen on a championship National Open setup. He did not get the ball very close to the hole, but his touch was just amazing.
This is an important putt for him, Bob, isn't it? Especially having just seen Seve knock his in.
Well, it certainly is, especially the second shot he hit. It really was one of his poorer efforts.
So Watson, Tom Watson, defending champion, with this for a par 4 at the first hole. And how'd you like that as well? Take that. Have at thee, Sir Percy. Oh, what a start. My goodness, it's really going to be something. That's why we say they're the 2 best in the world. Let's check in now on camera for a minute with our colleague Jack Whitaker with Peter.
Thank you very much, Jim. With me is Peter Alliss, our British colleague, owner of more than 20 European golf titles, and a man on the Ryder Cup team for Great Britain who had some storied battles with Arnold Palmer.
Indeed, and Arnold and I are celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. We played at East Lake, 1963, and we'd come off a tied game at Royal Lytham and St Anne's in '61, and we played at East Lake, lovely course, and we had a rare old battle. I'm too modest to tell you who won, Jack, but Arnold lost.
And now we're about to see, or we've already seen, but Seve Ballesteros, a European, is really on the threshold of super golf stardom.
Yes, I think it's nice to see the U.S. Open becoming much more of an international field. Those of us that have followed golf for a long time have known that the Masters has always, through their invitational system, had some players from all around the world, but not all that many were able to play, able to qualify for this championship, which I always thought was a little bit of a pity. I think it's great to see these various names, the flags of many nations fluttering proudly over the scoreboard there. I think if Ballesteros wins, although he's recognized throughout the world as a master player, a conjurer, a magician, a genius, it will elevate him to enormous stature should he win. That's why looking at the leaderboard, it's so fascinating to me, because all those names have something to prove, or they want to prove something, and the whole day should be quite magical.
Well, win or lose, Seve has certainly shown all of us that he can indeed play a United States Open golf course. Let's go back to that golf course.
Thank you, Jack. And there's a tall figure there in the white hat of Bill Campbell, the president of the USGA, in the background there, and one of the greatest amateur players the United States certainly ever produced. A little plan of the second hole, only 343 yards, but look at all those bunkers. Great feature of this course: sloping fairways, blind second shots, rolling hills, rolling ground, thick rough, and there's the green nestling down at the bottom, and in the background there are hundreds of cars. The records have been broken all week with spectators, numbers of spectators. There's the fairway, very narrow driving area, 21, 22 yards approximately and the further you go, sometimes the narrower it gets, so there's really no premium on being a big hitter here. Little bit of breeze. You saw Tom just looking up at the trees there, just seeing if there's a little bit of movement. It's meanwhile up ahead, Larry Nelson for a birdie. Just look at the speed. Look at it. It seemed to accelerate when it got within 4 feet of the hole, and it still goes on. Watson's tee shot at the second. Just trying to place it in the fairway. And saved it up. That's Seve. And what two marvellous putts they held on the first. First Seve, and then even more courageously Tom Watson, continuing the magical putting he showed us yesterday. Seve sticking with an iron again.
Very short, Peter. It almost looked like he was probably hit a 5-iron or something like that. It's really pretty good to be back at this hole, though. You're able to spin the ball a little better and stop it up there at the hole.
Yes, I did look at the club selection at this hole that Seve's been using all week, and in fact he's been between a 4 and a 5 each time, Bob. So some more scores there. The score on the right-hand side is the number of holes they have played. So at the third hole, Hal Sutton, they're 4 over. Calvin Peete not starting the day well. That long putt was for a par. He bogeyed the first hole, held a good putt on the first, about a 4-footer for a bogey 5. And he's certainly going to drop another stroke here at the second. So not getting away to the good, solid start that he wanted. But he's a very courageous fella. Larry Nelson now surveying his. Well, it's getting on for 6 feet. This for his par. 65 yesterday, pulled him right up the leaderboard. Yes, well remains at even par. There's 16 more to go, Larry. And Cal Peete for a 1 over par 5. And really at this hole, which is just 343 yards, you really don't want to be taking 5s. Up the 18th, though, the other end of the course, Jack Nicklaus coming up to a very warm reception indeed. 14 over par for the championship rounds of 73, 74, 78.
2 or 3 weeks' time, he'll be over in England playing in the championship at Royal Birkdale in Lancashire. And who knows, that may be a much better week for Jack. We'll be able to follow his fortunes and many other great world stars on ABC in a few weeks' time. And we'll be showing you live coverage of the championship from Birkdale. Jack repairing that pitch mark like all good golfers should. But back to the main meal of the day. Second fairway, Tom Watson, second shot.
Shot of 125 yards.
Now that's more like it. Recorded just moments before Tom, Seve Ballesteros' second shot. And boldly at the flag again. Pretty good shot because, as Bob was saying, he was way back. Well, they're on the second green. Lots more to go. It's going to be a sparkling afternoon's golf here at the US Open.
Back again at the U.S. Open. Still a tie for the lead between Tom Watson and Seve Ballesteros. Larry Nelson right there, one shot behind. Then Floyd up ahead of them. Cal Peete bogeying the first 2 holes. Gil Morgan at 3 over. Ballesteros then putting for a birdie. Putting for a par now. He's already made the birdie attempt. This is for a par on the second hole to stay at 1 under. All right. In this country, they would say mano a mano, a hand-to-hand struggle with Tom Watson. Who's the king of the hill, Watson might say. So Ballesteros had the par on the second. Jack Nicklaus has just finished up, and our first word from the 18th green is that he had a 75 today, to end up 15 over par.
Tough little putt here, Jim, that Tom has. Should be a pretty good break from right to left.
There it is. A birdie for Tom Watson. He goes to 2 under par and takes the lead in the U.S. Open. In trouble on the first hole, both he and Ballesteros hold very difficult par putts. Tom Watson, having taken the lead, is about to tee off on the 3rd hole, par 4. Dave, we had a little trouble with your mic a minute ago. Let's see if you're there now.
Well, yeah,
yes, there you are. Welcome back. In the rough. Rossi, how's it look?
Well, it's not really too bad. It's in the short rough, but very long drive. He's only got 135, 140 yards. Hit it very well.
That hole is 425 yards long.
Rossi, Seve's going with an iron.
Well, there's one advantage that I see, David. If Seve can keep putting the pressure on Tom, he's going to be shooting first every hole.
Wasn't Walter Hagen supposed to have used that technique in match play?
I never saw Walter play, but I guess that's the idea. But if he can keep hitting it like that with that 1 iron, I think he ought to stay with it.
Okay. Smack straight down the middle. Seve Ballesteros. So Watson has made the first move.
Well, a big thing. They both made par at the first hole after having to make 8 or 10-foot putts there. That's got to really help you. Of course, here's a very cool little man moments ago.
Playing the same hole, the 3rd, his second shot on the hole. Larry Nelson at even par, now 2 shots behind Watson, 1 behind Ballesteros. Well, that's the way he was throwing them up there yesterday when he shot 65.
Got a new little idea on his putting, which seems to have helped him. We'll get to in a minute.
Down below, Jack Whitaker with Jack Nicklaus.
Well, Jack, the way the crowd reacted coming up here, you might have thought you were leading this tournament.
That was very nice, Jack. But I didn't play very well, so, but it was very nice, the crowd here.
I know it's a little early to ask you this, and you're tired and all, but will this diminish in any way? You're wanting to win one more major anyway?
No, Jack, I won't diminish anything. No, my play this week was kind of unusual. I'm going along, and Hubert happened to mention to me as we're going up the 11th hole that he hit the green from the rough, just a short collar there, and I started thinking about it, and I went through the whole golf course, and I had yet to hit a green from the rough.
My goodness.
So, and you're going to hit the ball in the rough here, and it so happened I went right down the next hole, the par 5, and hit my second shot just in the edge of the rough, and I chipped it up and stopped it on the green. So I hit the ball on the green out of the rough one time this week. Now you've got to recover some, and I wasn't able to do that, and I just wasn't very good. But there's some other fellas that are playing well, so I guess it's the golf course is not a fault.
It's onward and upward to Royal Birkdale and on and on.
Yeah, oh sure.
Good, Jack. Thanks very much.
Okay, Jack.
Back to you, Jim.
As if it could be any other way, Jack Nicklaus.
Let's don't count that man out yet. And of course, for today, let's don't count this little fella out right here. He is a very cool player, Jim. He
we saw him win the PGA.
Oh yeah, doesn't show much emotion and so on, but he's got a new idea of putting where he doesn't ground his putter. He holds it above the ground.
Goodness.
Working all right.
Larry Nelson moving into a tie with Ballesteros, one shot behind Tom Watson. As you said yesterday, he has not been putting well all year until now, and this new thing of keeping the club off the ground is to prevent what?
Well, I feel that helps smooth your stroke out. I know it does. A lot of times people will snag their putter going back, and usually that's because you're leaning on your putter. It's a good tip for people at home to try. Something Nicklaus does throughout his game, as we watch Calvin putt for a par here, and he needs to make one to get going. This is very unusual for Calvin to get off to such a bad start.
Okay, his first par of the day after 2 bogeys. Cal Pete saying 2 over par. He's 4 shots out of the lead now. He started 1 out of the lead. It can happen that quickly around here. And the way he throws them up there, you can get them back that quickly sometimes.
Well, you have to think, Jim, that the other players are going to make bogeys too. This is just too hard a golf course. So don't simply because you bogey the first 2 holes, hey, it's going to happen to other people. My birdies may come late, and that's when I'd like to have them anyhow.
Patience. Seve giving it a bit of the Arnold Palmer lean. At times he does remind you of Arnold with that lean and the way he walks fast, charging down the fairway, way on the front of the green. That's going to be an interesting line to figure out. There, you see where Tom Watson's shot is, about 290, the computer says. 140 the hole.
It's a good angle to come into the hole, and so much depends on that line in the rough there, which looks good from here. Rossi, did you have a chance to look at it?
Yes, it's a perfect lie for in the rough, Dave. It's the kind of lie that he's just hitting a 9-iron and he'll just throw it up in the air. Like you say, it's at a good angle. He's got it going right at it.
You see the big directional pole there that showing him the line to the green as being a blind shot.
But today the flag is on the left side of that pole. Yes.
And he's way on the front of the green also. You see it there. So the leaders are approaching the 3rd green in the final round of the U.S. Open.
Welcome back to Oakmont in the final round of the 1983 United States Open Golf Championship. There's our leaderboard as Tom Watson has again taken a 1-stroke lead over Seve Ballesteros and Larry Nelson. The hottest man right now is Craig Stadler, who we understand is 4 under on the day. He's still 6 over on the tournament, but he's birdied 5 out of the last 6 holes. The sun at the moment pushing through the clouds as we look at the 3rd green. I thought he gave that a right smart rap, David, didn't you? Well, he had to. He's far enough away, and he is a bold putter. He's a bold player, period. And it didn't move to the right quite as much as Seve was looking for. But he leaves himself one to worry about there. Maybe he just doesn't worry as much as I do about that kind of thing.
How do you worry in Spanish? Yeah, maybe that's it, huh?
It's like mañana.
Yeah. Watson, Ballesteros, Nelson. And here are the others working their way, and there's Craig Stadler now moving up. Started the day at +10. Our cameras at the moment are all on the other side of the Pennsylvania Turnpike, and as soon as we can get them over, we'll pick up Craig Stadler for you. Since the leaders are all on this side of the turnpike. That is a big green, David, isn't it?
Well, there are many of them here are big, and of course this is one of the biggest.
Look at this.
Did that ball go in the cup, or did the caddy catch it?
It went in the cup, and the caddy caught it. I'm sure time to fell on it. That puts a lot more pressure on Seve's putt now, doesn't it, Jeff?
There's the Watson smile. 3 under par for the tournament. Now Seve has this for par. Has lengthened a bit. Yes. That's tough. That's good. That keeps him right in touch now.
And so they move on to the next hole. Ray Floyd still very much in this championship, of course. Ray at 1 over par. He's in 4th place at the moment behind Watson, Ballesteros, and Nelson. He's had 2 careers, really. His early one and his more recent one. Bob Rosberg knows about both. He's got a little story for us.
I not only played with Raymond Floyd, but I traveled with him and I lived with him. And I really got to know what he was all about. He had a tremendous amount of talent and loved life, and he was a wild kid. I think I helped him a little, helped calm him down. But you have to remember, here was somebody who won his first tournament at the age of 20.
I'd come from a small southern town, and I was completely in awe of my surroundings playing golf. You know, I was in awe of being in Los Angeles and New York and Miami and all the major cities, and it took me a long time to adjust. I think winning the first tournament, you know, at such an early age, I really didn't know how to handle it. I got involved with the surroundings.
Sanders and I, we used to travel together, so Raymond came right along with us, and, you know, we taught him the finer things in life, wine, women, and song.
Raymond became one of my trainers. I tell you, he whipped me. He showed me the nightlife and the morning life, and I never did quite believe how he could get out there on that tour and play as good as he did.
You know, I was always the confirmed bachelor. I never thought that I could ever meet a woman that stimulated me mentally. And I didn't have good rapport with women. All my friends were men. I didn't have any women friends. And I met Maria, and she was so different from every woman I had ever met previously. She immediately was a challenge for me.
I think when he finally decided that he was ready to get married and met someone that he thought that he could spend the rest of his life with, I think that was the catalyst in making him change. That in itself. As long as he was Ray Floyd, the eligible bachelor, he had to do all of those things that went with being a bachelor. And he did them very well. Like he plays golf very well now, but his priorities are different. They're in reversed order.
She sat me down and said, look, if you don't want to play golf, that's fine with me. You're young enough. You can start a new career. Go find something else. But whatever it be, give it 100% and try to excel and be the best. You're wasting your life.
Raymond won the 1976 Masters. Last year, he won his second PGA championship. He has reached the plateau that so many of his peers thought he could, but few ever thought he would. The position in the world of golf that Maria convinced him he was capable of attaining. His beautiful home in Florida, now living the family life he at one time didn't know existed.
Good shot, Rob. He might make eagle on that hole. This is the Ray Floyd that I like, Bob. This is the life. I really can look back and can't imagine how I accepted the other, but I think that other has made me appreciate this much, much more, and it's made me very aware, and I have to say that I was very fortunate to come into the situation I'm in now.
Ray Floyd, very nice story for this Father's Day of 1983. Truly a changed man, and for the better. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you, Jim. This is Larry Nelson. It's the par 5 fourth, and the third shot. And that'll be quite a distance away. Look at the venerable clubhouse as the leaderboard shows you Tom Watson with a 2-stroke lead at the moment over Ballesteros and Larry Nelson. With Raymond Floyd behind them, Calvin Peete, Hal Sutton. There's 5 shots between Sutton and Watson. So the weather still holds off here, a little threatening, but no rain as yet, and we hope it keeps that way for this tremendous final we'll be showing you.
And there's the Open leaderboard. Tom Watson now 2 ahead. In the background there, Ray Floyd just missed the green. 3rd shot at the 5th hole, and look at it going backwards from the pin. Would you believe it? A lot of these greens are television cameras, of course, being 2-dimensional. It doesn't really show the fall and the swing and the borrow. It's quite extraordinary how the ball sometimes runs away. Larry Nelson for a par, yes, safely done. It's another par, 4th. He remains 1 under, tied with Seve, just 2 strokes behind the defending champion, Tom Watson. And it's raining in Pittsburgh, not a million miles from where we are. It's, they tell me it's even delayed the big baseball match there this afternoon. Now, I know they stop play when it's raining at the game of cricket. I didn't think they did that at baseball, but I guess the games are reasonably similar, believe it or not. Now then, Mr. Watson has, as you can see, missed the fairway here on this very difficult par 5 4th hole. He's got to pick his spot and drive over fire it over the top of that hill, blind shot, but he's got a little wood out. He's got some sort of 5-wood baffler, cruncher, old gentleman's persuader, call it what you will, and he's going to try and force it through there.
Peter, he's got a beautiful lie.
Has he made good contact, Bob?
Yeah, it's to the left, but he did make good contact. Might be in the left-hand bunker. No, it's in the rough.
Just short, it's okay. Well, you're a little bit fortunate there, Bob, to get a lie that he could hit it as cleanly as that.
Well, it was kind of, you know, very openish, I guess you might call it, because he was in the deep rough and had a beautiful lie, and Seve, who just caught the rough in the first cut, does not have near as good a lie as Tom had.
Seve. You can see he's only just 7 or 8 feet off the fairway. This is a par 5, of course, and he's just
he had to lay up. He just really laid up with a very, very lofted club.
And again, he's just missed the fairway, but that seems to be sitting up, and he's what, 100 yards or so from the flag, but a difficult shot. He's got to come over the top of that bunker. And the flag, well, it's fairly close to that side of the green. Meanwhile, up ahead, Raymond Floyd with a long putt for his par. Very important, really, for Raymond to get this one in if he can. He doesn't want to drop any more behind Tom Watson. Up the slope and on and on and on. It was a good touch. Just didn't have the pace to carry it into the hole. So Floyd drops the stroke. Fifth goes to 2 over, tied with Calvin Peete and Hal Sutton. I was just looking at the scoring sheets, and there's been over 370 rounds played up until this morning on this course in this championship, and only 28 scores of 71 or better. That shows the severity of this course, and I think almost one hesitates to say it, a false par of 71. I think 72 really would be a much fairer figure. 71 is a pretty tough number indeed when the course measures almost 7,000 yards. And with this rough and narrowness of fairways and amount of bunkers, it really is a great test. Very difficult test. There's Seve just off the fairway. And not the easiest of shots. He's made a good solid start. Hold a good putt on the first for his par. A couple of other pars. And now at this 5th hole, looking for a birdie. 3rd shot. Really boomed that right up in the air, trying to make it land softly, and he has done just that. That's a great shot. And he's mad that it's gone 15 to 16 feet past the pin. You almost get the feeling that he's trying to drop it right in the hole sometimes. I send it up, then he comes down. He really is a great character, Seve. Good sense of humor. And of course his English has improved so dramatically over the last 18 months, I suppose. In golfing handicap terms, his English now must be about 12 or 13. Larry Nelson. Let's hear from Ed Snead, who's been following this match between Calvin Peete and Larry Nelson. Eddie?
Peter, Larry's played very, very well. He really hasn't missed a golf shot. He's hit all the fairways and he's hit the greens, and he's got about 170 yards here. I would guess he's probably going to use about a 7-iron. It's a downhill shot. It's right on line. It's going to be a little short, though.
And back off the slope it goes. Just that little ridge stopped the ball getting very close to the hole. Cal Peete seems to have settled down too, Eddie, has he?
Well, he got off to a bad start on the 2nd hole. And when he hit the ball in the rough, he had some difficulty, but he has settled down.
Now then, here's Tom Watson's shot, and that's the stroke really of a masterful golfer. That really is quite brilliant. He looks so cool and calm, doesn't he, these days? And that almost angelic smile. Great shot he played there. And it looks as if he may well go to 4 under. Very short putt, Tom Watson, to go 4 under. Alastair Nelson at 1 under. And Ray Floyd Peete making that weak start. And nobody really attacking the course except Tom Watson. So nobody making a run from behind except, as Jim was saying, Craig Stadler's had a fantastic run. He had 5 birdies almost in a row in 6 holes, starting at the 10th. But Craig was a little too far back, really, to challenge for the championship. Now back to the 4th hole, 561 yards this 4th. And Seve surveying this putt for a birdie. He knows that he's got to somehow or other get a putt or 2 in. All you can do is try and pick the right line and get the right strength and hope you make a good swing at it. Because we saw Hal Sutton last night finishing up with a putt that almost disappeared into the hole, and somehow it horseshoed out again. Some of the best struck putts don't always go in. Seve with that slightly altered stance. He's crouching over it a little bit more than he used to. Toe of the putter just a touch in the air. Just gives it a little tap at the hole. Has he got the speed and the line? Not bad. Isn't he quite remarkable? It almost wriggled away. Look at that look in the eye. I show you I can play. He really has enormous talent. Puff and a puff. Just look at that again. He hardly seemed to hit it hard enough. Looked to be going quite slowly. Then it looks as if it's drifting away to the right, and I thought it was going to catch the edge and not go in. But it did. This is classic, almost match play stuff between Ballesteros and Tom Watson. Tom, having played a beautiful pitch, has this shortish putt. There it is. This to go 4 under. Oh, marvellous stuff indeed. 3 birdies in 4 holes. For Tom Watson, having played a poor second to the first, not the best of chips, hold a 13-foot putt, and now 4 under. 6th hole, Ray Floyd coming out of the bunker. The 6th hole, long short hole, just over 200 yards. That's Raymond's second shot, so we can almost give him a par 3 there. Floyd, though, 2 over par. Now 6 strokes behind Tom Watson. Raym not wasting any time. It's going to tap this little putt in and secures his par 3. There's the 5th hole. Green away in the distance, and down below us, the teeing ground. Wonderful crowds again here today, colourful crowds, enjoying a feast of good play. 379 yards or so. Watson using an iron, and he's okay. Seve. Very wide, rhythmical swing. Places his feet. Sometimes he gives it an extra waggle. No, not this time. It's back and sweeps it away. Has he pushed that one? How's that going, Bob?
Yes, this is way right, almost into the hazard. It's a dry hazard, however, but it's not in good shape. He's going to have a very, very difficult shot left.
Well, that's not a good shot from Seve. Let's have a look at slow motion. David, have a look through this. What do you think of Tom's swing?
Well, of course, we've seen Tom swing a lot of times. He's a little faster than a lot of people, but he looks in such good position here. Nice straight left arm, extension down, good balance when he swings. The thing you want to watch at and watch it, look at that. Look at that leg movement there. Now watch as he starts down. The first thing that will move, left heel down. Great position. From there, folks, all you've got to do is keep moving through the ball to the finish that you want. Look at that right heel position there. That's just great. Nice full finish. We'll take a look at Seve. See maybe what got his little push there. I thought, Peter, he's standing a little crouched more than usual today as I watch him. Anyhow, much the same as Tom. All good players do things much the same. All right, Seve's away from the ball. Again, so much the same. Left knee pointed behind the ball. The move as he starts down. The weight comes back. Now the area to watch is right here. Okay, if he moves out of the way too fast, this is going to leave the club open for him. In this case, we'll see as it gets down to impact. Yes, he's didn't stay in position long enough. And you can see him come up and off the ball, which leaves your club face open. Ball goes to the right.
Larry Nelson putting on the 5th. This is putt for 33. Looking good. Perfect length. Remember Larry Nelson, Dave? Do you remember a couple of years ago in the Ryder Cup match that you captained at Walton Heath? How well he played. Here's the pro shop, though. Look, they're throwing buckets of iced water on the tills there. They're taking so much loot.
He's a very cool customer, as you say, about the Ryder Cup.
Yeah, he really was one of the strong fellas, of the many strong fellas you had on your side there.
Well, he's 9-0 for the matches, and I don't believe anyone's ever done that, Peter. Won that many at least.
Yeah, so
he's tough.
He's tough, and well, this is tough too. Bob?
Peter, the lie is really not too bad. I've seen a lot worse, and he did avoid going in the hazard. Now, the only thing that would have been a little more difficult if he were in the hazard, that he could not ground his club. But he does have a shot, and since the pin is so far back on this hole, if he could choose the right club, the ball's going to come out shooting, and the pin is 50, 60, 70 feet deep on this hole, so there are a lot of things going for him. He could, you know, if the pin were up front, he'd have no shot at all.
And of course the hole only measures what, 379 yards, so it's no problem with getting the distance.
Well, he's got about 165. He really hit a very, very weak iron off the tee. Probably 165, somewhere in that area.
Now Seve's coming from the top of the hill, as Bob was saying, a lot of green to play with, and well, he really doesn't want to drop a shot here. Iron from the tee for safety, and miss the fairway. Really almost criminal.
It's a beautiful looking shot, Peter. You can see it take off, though, but I tell you, if he's got any kind of a lie, that's probably the best place he could put it.
Just gone just in the rough there. Deep, looks to be pretty deep. We'll have to wait and see. He was going right at it. Tom Watson, really, after that, what looks like it was going to be a shaky first hole, has really hit the ball crisply, beautifully.
Another pretty shot just to the right of the hole.
Yes, a pretty shot indeed, and the defending champion 2 strokes ahead of Seve. This is the 3rd round of this year's Open.
Welcome back to Oakmont in this final round of the United States Open, and the travails of Seve Ballesteros at the moment. In deep rough here. Did you get a look at it, Rossi? Is it?
It's a terrible lie, Jack. This is the one thing that I'm not sure about it in the Open. They've taken chipping sort of out of the game. It's not too bad, though, is it?
Except for Seve.
Except for Ballesteros. My Lord, wouldn't that have been something? It's probably too early to say, but it almost looks, Dave Marr, that Watson's trying to do to Seve what Seve did to him in the Masters.
And as I said at the top of the show, I didn't feel that players would do that to this particular course. Of course, when you have 4 putts the first 4 holes, it do help your score a little bit.
It does, doesn't it, huh?
And he has another chance here for a birdie, of course. And when he gets going, Jack.
Oh, I know.
I mean, he might just run the table on you.
Well, Mike Lupick of the New York Daily News said Tom Watson putts. He reminds of how we all putted when we were little boys before we realized how difficult it was. The king of the 4-footers.
Well, anytime you're a great player, you make those, Jack. Think how many Nicklaus's made that we've watched through the years.
Some of the other scores. As we look down at the leader and defending champion. That's so typical, isn't it, of a Oakmont green, that little move. As we move up now to the 8th hole, this is a 250-yard par 3 going along the Pennsylvania Turnpike. Hal Sutton.
Hitting a wood today, Jack. Yesterday, if you remember, they're hitting 2 irons here. Move the tee back today.
and into that tremendous bunker on the left side, and there's the shot he has. Watson for par. Up the 6. Now Ballesteros, who almost holed a chip shot out from that immensely deep rough.
These two are very similar, Jack, in the way they putt. They both very firm putters usually, but with almost the same type putter. Very bold and very good.
Yes, well, he salvaged a pretty good par from the places he found himself there, and they move up to the next tee. Watson with a 2-stroke lead over Ballesteros. And now Larry Nelson in 3rd place at 1 under for a birdie. Yes, indeed. And he joins Ballesteros at 2 under. What a shot that must have been.
It's a great par 3 there. We'll see them play in just a moment. But this young man is, I cannot tell you how tough he is. He's like a baby-faced chicken killer, Jack. You don't know what's happened to you, and he is really tough.
Here is the 6th hole, a par 3, a little downhill. And you can see it's almost an island green with all that sand. 201, 185, 228, and 250 par 3s here.
That's a good spread. I don't know, as Peter said yesterday, a lot of the par 3s that you think about are really short ones, but as long as you have a little variety. I hate to play a course where the par 3s are all the same length. Here, you're going to run. The idea of a golf course, anyhow, let's run through the bag. Let's try to make a player use every club in his or her bag.
Now you'll get an idea of the height of the tee there in regards to the green, and all that sand. There's more sand there than there are New Hampshire beaches, I think, huh?
When you're playing well, though, you don't see the sand. You really don't. Jack, you envision the shot in your mind that you're trying to play. I mean, this is where all the hours of practice that you've gone through, you let your ability take over. If you start worrying about the sand, by and large, that's where you'll put it. Mm-hmm. Have you noticed that in your game, Jack?
I've noticed it. I empty my shoes a lot after.
Well, Tom must be pretty loose now.
Yeah, he's smiling away, cracking jokes. I guess they've been hitting like 5 and 6 irons here. As we watch Raymond Floyd now. This is a birdie attempt for Raymond. Quite a bit of length, but
well, he needs to get something going.
Yeah. He's +2. It's all of a sudden +2, though, is 6 shots behind the leader.
I really feel that's sort of unexpected. I didn't look for any of the leaders to jump out quite like that. Of course, you're talking about Watson and Ballesteros, and Larry Nelson. In the middle of a hot streak. He hadn't stopped since yesterday morning.
Born-again putter. Oh, he is really putting beautiful. All right, the leader. Oh, my goodness. This was on videotape. It happened just a few moments ago, and we almost had some real heroics.
That puts the pressure on Seve now.
Oh, wasn't that nice? Well, he gets one back. A little bad break perhaps earlier on, and now that one. But Watson, he's really showing, Watson's really showing him something, isn't he?
He sure is, Jack.
All right. Here's the leaderboard as Watson holds that 2-stroke lead.
But perhaps you haven't been with us all the way. Let's get you up to date on what has been going on here. It started out with quite a number of people with a chance to win this championship. At the moment, it's showing at least the first signs of possibly turning into a three-way struggle among Tom Watson, Seve Ballesteros, and Larry Nelson. As to what's happened to the others, Cal Peete has lost 2 shots to par. Ray Floyd has lost 1 shot to par. Hal Sutton has gained 2 shots on par. He's moved back into contention. Seve Ballesteros has gained 1 shot against par. Larry Nelson has gained 2 shots against par. But Tom Watson has gained 3 shots against par, and that's why he's the leader of the championship. Now, both he and Ballesteros had difficult par putts on the first. They both made them, mano a mano. On the second hole, however, Watson had this for a birdie, and he made it and took the lead. On they went to the third hole, and Watson, after looking tense before he teed off, according to Bob Rosberg, seems to be getting looser and looser as the birdies come along. He moved to the third hole, had this longish putt, quite a long putt. Rio Watson stuff. Almost never leaves it short. The caddy, Bruce Edwards, picking it out of the hole as soon as it hit bottom. So it was 2 in a row, and on they moved to the par 5 fourth hole. This may be the best shot hit so far today that we have seen. Had to get up over a bunker and stop the ball very quickly on these greens. That's almost impossible. But look what he did. Watson then made that putt for his 3rd birdie in a row, and that very simply is the story on him. As for Ballesteros, well, he could have started to play himself out of it a little bit. He has made at least 1 very difficult par, and he also made 1 great putt. Let's take a look at that. Again on videotape, something that happened not too long ago. Again, on the par 5 fourth hole, look at the length of that putt. And look at the unerring way in which it goes in the hole. Those are the reasons, then, that Tom Watson now leads Ballesteros and Nelson by 2 shots. A long way to go in this U.S. Open, and remember, Tom Watson once led the PGA Championship here in 1978 by 5 strokes with 9 holes to play, but he lost in a playoff. As I said, there's a lot to be done yet. Jack?
Thank you, Jim, very much. As we look now at Seve, getting that kick there on the 6th hole. He's got a longish putt, but he could have been back into that deep rough. He must keep in touch with Tom Watson. As Tom now is capable of the finest golf you'll ever see, the way he's playing this morning, or this afternoon, rather. Nelson and Ballesteros. Only 3 players in red figures. Rather anemic leaderboard.
Maybe anemic in the sense of under par, Jack, but it's not anemic as far as who they are.
Right. Now Larry Nelson. Second shot at 7.
175 yards. Very good. Another good chance. He's got a putt uphill at it.
He's been steady all day, huh?
He really has. He's hit some beautiful golf shots.
Larry Nelson, who climbed over many, many bodies yesterday with that 65. Now we're back at the 6th. The leader. Do you believe what you're seeing, David?
I sure don't. Just thinking about this, Jack, he hit a poor iron shot the first hole, and since then he's flagged it every time, whether it got close or not. But that's what great players do. All they need is to get into a slot, and their swing comes right back on line, and this man has hit it right to flag the next 5 holes and made 4 birdies.
4 birdies in the first 6 holes in the final round of the U.S. Open on Oakmont.
Again, this putt gets even more crucial for Seve.
Yep. But there's 3 shots now between Tom Watson and Seve Ballesteros and Larry Nelson. Our leader, Tom Watson, here, and we'll be back with more in just a moment.
Consider the plight of Seve Ballesteros of Spain. He is 1 under par in the final round of the U.S. Open, but he is now 3 shots behind with the man with whom he was tied when the day began. Larry Nelson has a putt for a birdie. Frank Hannigan, is something going on out there with the USGA official? Frank Hannigan, the senior executive director, incoming, and congratulations on that, Frank, of the USGA. What's going on?
It looks like, for some reason or other, that the cup has been damaged, and the player Nelson has asked the referee, who is Jim Hand, chairman of the USGA Championship Committee, to repair the edge of the hole. Might have been damaged when a caddy removed the flag stick carelessly.
Would that have to be repaired by an official? Could it
Yes.
be not by the player?
That's right, by an official.
Okay. There is the hole, neatly restored to its pristine form. And Larry Nelson with a putt for a birdie. Remember, he's 2 under for the day, 2 under for the championship. But 3 shots behind Watson. Goodness!
Too bad I asked Jim to fix that cup for me.
And over to you, Tom. Larry may be thinking. He's now 3 under for the day. He's 2 shots behind Watson. As you said, cool customer from Marietta, Georgia. Somewhat like Cal Peete, he took up the game of golf very late. At the age of 21, he started to play golf.
And like as Calvin does, he feels that's good, that he didn't, get burned out playing golf as a youngster, as a number of kids do.
Now, Cal, at 2 over par, he bogeyed the first 2 holes. An unfortunate start for him. Since then, he's parred everything, and this is for a par. He certainly needs 3-4 birdies to get back into this fight the way it's going. Deliberately stroked into the hole by Cal Peete. So he remains at 2 over, but he's 7 shots out of the lead. Another look at something flavorful. Larry Nelson's putt. It went in at the exact spot where the cup had been repaired.
It looked that way.
Yeah.
Even more impressive to me, what is this?
Well, they're, I don't know, flying high at Oakmont or something is the object of that.
More impressive to me, he's 9 under for the last 25 holes that he's played at Oakmont, and that's with 2 bogeys. So he's not only putting well, he's got to be hitting the ball close to the hole.
Indeed. Fairways of Oakmont. There the green, and there's some of the sand, 178 bunkers. I guess we mentioned that earlier. One of them 130 yards in length. It's not only that they're 178, but they're so big, and the walls are so steep on many of them. Now it's time for a bit of bullfighter's courage for Seve Ballesteros. 1 under par, but losing ground. Can't let it affect him. Again, the lean.
Well, what a beautiful shot, Jim.
Oh, a little long though, Bob.
And not too good a break, Rossi. Jumping back in the area there just over the first cut. Can't tell what kind of lie he's got.
All you know at the beginning is that you can see the ball. But we're looking from straight above, too, that particular shot.
Tom hit his drive well to the right and actually got a little unlucky that the ball didn't go into the sand. It caught the sort of like an island between the bunkers, and it's not sitting terribly bad, but not very good either. He doesn't have a very long shot, though. I imagine this is probably a hard 9-iron. Grass is going the right way for him anyway.
No, we can see the flagstick. We can see his problem. Look from straight behind.
Does he have to carry that bunker, Rossi?
Well, he's going left, and this is going to be a good shot.
It's awfully hot. Let's see.
Through the green.
Yeah, it's going to go through and into the bunker, Ross. That ball was so hot coming out of that long grass that it just kept going and going and going. And look at the lie straight uphill. He conceivably could catch that lip.
Conceivably, Jim, but if he's got the upslope, the good news is the first thing you do when you have an upslope is the ball will jump straight up in the air, so that shouldn't be that much of a problem.
Now to the par 3 8th hole with Larry Nelson, who's 2 shots behind, but could be closer, sir. Okay, there you see it on the putting surface. But a long way from the hole at the moment. The leader is still this man, Tom Watson. More to come.
Welcome back to this year's Open Championship. And what great stuff we're seeing. The ball in the bunker there belongs to the defending champion, Tom Watson. They're playing the 7th hole. Seve's ball, Seve Ballesteros' ball, is perched right on the very edge of the bunker. They both played 2 shots. Tom Watson 2 strokes ahead now of Larry Nelson, who is playing quite beautifully. 3 under par, Ballesteros 2 under par. And a very good shot, but as you see, pace of the green has just carried it 8 or 9 feet past. But the putter of Tom Watson has been working, well, miracles today. He's putted quite beautifully and has in fact had a couple of slightly wayward shots. His second shot to the first hole, tee shot here. This 7th hole missed the fairway, but apart from that, he's played quite splendidly. There's Seve's ball. Look at that, perched on that ridge right on the edge of the bunker. He's almost got to do a balancing act here as well. Just a little firm little shot. Chops it up, looking to hole it. And that's... well, it slipped on a bit. There's the leaderboard. You see Tom Watson playing quite brilliantly today. Hitting good shots, holing putts. And the others, really, there's been some steady golf played, but nobody making any sort of move from the back of the field. Ray Floyd, many thought might come through today, holding ground at 2 over, and all these players. Gary Player's completed his 4 rounds, 2.94 total, 10 over par. Tom Watson for his par 4 at the 7th. Can he do it yet again? Oh, well, well, well. That was a good strike, though, a good putt. And he's deciding to have a wait. Just mark it and wait. So, Ballesteros with not a very long putt. If he can get it in, he'll be tied with Larry Nelson at 3 under. And both he and Larry will just be 2 strokes behind Tom Watson. Well, Tom obviously thought that ball was going to have a little bit of swing in it, but it seemed to go pretty well right to the edge of the hole. And we get a very good view of this. It really is a super picture, that. And you can see the smoothness of these greens. I've never seen greens smoother. They're firm, very fast, but the surface is so good. I say. He went t'other side, and so now if Larry Nelson has this putt for a birdie, if he holds it, well, all sorts of things could happen if he holds it, but he hasn't. He's left it way short because he's creeping ever nearer to this man, Tom Watson, who's got this putt for a 1 over par 5. Which he gets, so a chance missed. Steros, he drops the stroke. So does Tom Watson, who is now just 1 stroke ahead of Larry Nelson. So it's all hotting up. Hal Sutton still playing nicely. We look down on Pete. got off to a shaky start. And since then, he's been keeping his game together. He's got a putt for a birdie. Has he got a putt at last? Looks good. Well done, Peter. Well, that's great stuff.
Tom Watson at the 8th tee now leads by 2, and Larry Nelson has just bogeyed this hole. Take a look at this for a par 3. Typical Watson swing, accelerating through that ball so well. And look at this.
He has not been off land since that second shot at the first hole, even though it was too much club on number 7 and ran through into the bunker at the back.
This was a few moments ago at the same green. This was the putt Larry Nelson had for par. It goes from 3 under to 2 under. Now back at the tee at 8, Ballesteros. With the iron. Oh, he's a long way from home.
Anytime you see Watson hit a wood to a par 3, you know it's a grown-up par 3, Jack.
Grown up is right. It's Tom Watson now in excellent position to improve his position. We'll be back.
Seve Ballesteros of Spain trails Tom Watson. Their battle for the U.S. Open Championship by 3 strokes. In between them is Larry Nelson, who is 2 strokes behind Watson. Ballesteros now with a long putt on the par 3 8th hole. This hole 240 yards in length. You don't see many par 3s that long. And with the pin on the back today, it's further than that to the hole.
Because usually the measurement is to the center of the green.
Right.
So earlier Jack said 250. I feel that's really about what it's playing. It's 250 yards.
There you see them graphically portrayed. Former champion David Graham has come in with a 69. That's the 3rd 69 of the day, 2 under par. Craig Stadler had one, and so did D.A. Weibring. There's a look at this hole. Again, look at the length of that bunker.
I'm telling you, I don't think you need that much sand. That's just maintenance there to fill that up or to catch poor members. Doesn't catch any of these guys the first part of that.
Now, Seve and Gil Morgan on the right. Morgan is 3 over par, but he has that putt for an eagle on the par 5 9th hole. We'll move him back into the fight a bit. Okay, Ballesteros birdie attempt. A couple of near misses. Gil Morgan will have his birdie, remember. And there it is. Brings him to 2 over for the championship and tie with Ray Floyd. Some of these scores we give you as they come in, like David Graham and Stadler and people like that, are important because the top 15 finishers in this year's U.S. Open, automatically qualify for next year's U.S. Open. The top 16, for some reason, automatically qualify for the Masters. So,
and any of those who tie for 16th
and ties,
or 15th, whatever the case may be.
Tom Watson for yet another birdie. He's 4 under for the championship, 3 under for the day. He's had 4 birdies and 1 bogey. Yeah! Oh, he's got another. Five under. He has a 3-stroke lead over this. 4 over Ballesteros. 6 over Cal Peete and Hal Sutton. 7 over Ray Floyd and Gil Morgan. But Again, we would remind you that there's considerable green grass to be walked upon and played upon before this is over today. The rain's still holding off, by the way. Cloudy, muggy day.
Seve missed a short one at 7. Now he needs, obviously, to get this in.
And he did. For a par that keeps him at 1 under for the championship. Even par on today's round. Look at the gallery. It is certainly growing. It looks like more than yesterday. There is the pedestrian bridge that takes you back across the Pennsylvania Turnpike and the railroad tracks for the rest of the golf course. Seve Ballesteros, as we said, the only man with a chance for the Grand Slam this year, having won the Masters, and a great story all around. Let's meet him a little more. Great golfers come from the plains of Texas or the mountains of western Pennsylvania or mid-American cities like Columbus, Ohio or Kansas City, Missouri. What you're looking at is none of the above. It is, in fact, Santander, a resort city of 150,000 on the north coast of Spain. One great golfer comes from this area. From a much smaller place than Santander itself, he comes from the tiny farming village of Pedreña, just across the bay, and his name is Severiano Ballesteros. This house was built by his ancestors a century ago, and Ballesteros still calls it home. Had his great-grandfather not sold some of the land in 1929, Severiano today might be quietly farming the ancestral soil, but great-grandfather did sell some of the land to some people who built on it a golf course, and it was here that Severiano and his brothers caddied, and where he learned to play the game with an old 3-iron. In 1979, he found sudden worldwide fame when he won the British Open at Royal Lytham in St. Anne's. He was a slashing, swashbuckling Latin hero and just 22 years old. Jean-Claude Killy, the great ski racer, said that when great things happen to you in glamorous places, you must remember that you came from someplace else, someplace like Pedreña. In 1980, he traveled to Augusta, Georgia, and made off with the Masters Championship, belting the long ball on the wide-open fairways of Augusta National, putting the famous greens to perfection. At such times, it's important to remember that it started in this caddy shack in Pedreña, where Seve and his brothers talked and learned the game. This spring, another Masters victory. The kid from Spain now is a full-fledged member of the golfing establishment. At age 26, a man who one day might just grow to dominate the sport. The hallowed green jacket from defending champion Craig Stadler. Just last Sunday at the Westchester Country Club outside New York City, he became a new favorite of the Big Apple, winning the Westchester Classic with an eagle on the final hole. But back in Pedreña, they know that the 9-year-old boy who learned to play with that battered 3-iron will not truly join the greats of the sport until he wins the U.S. Open. He was the hottest golfer of the moment when he came here, but his record in this championship is not impressive, and we asked him why.
I would say at the U.S. Open you have to be very mechanic player, you know, you have to hit consistent and fairway green, and keep making pars. I think that is why it doesn't suit my game, because I'm sometimes a little bit erratic player, and then I have a good I can manage, you know. But from the rough they put they have at the U.S. Open is very difficult. That's my problem.
Seve Ballesteros, very difficult, but this year he has solved it far better than he ever has before. Now, Larry Nelson, second shot on the 9th hole. A par 5, but a very birdieable par 5 in this championship. The only hole on the course that people have really been gaining on in groups.
Simply because it's short, Jim, and the longer hitters, and look at this shot. And reach it in 2 shots.
Now, that was his second shot. That's the word we have from the golf course. It's a 480-yard par 5. And they're the gabled farm-type clubhouse of Oakmont. Here's how they stand. 3-shot lead for Watson. Nelson, Ballesteros, Cal Peete trying to get back into it.
480 may sound short for a par 5, but it is uphill, so it'll play a little longer than it's side by side with number 1, and they're almost the same length.
You know, I was just thinking back to the days when we would only cover like the back 9 of the major championship. What we would have missed today. 18-hole coverage is not a gimmick or a bonus or something. It's vitally important if you're going to show the national championship of American golf, because we have seen 5 birdies by Tom Watson. We've seen all other sorts of daring do, some of it by Larry Nelson. And we would have missed all that. In other words, the championship could have been decided on those holes. Maybe decided later, too.
It's nice to see the whole contest as long as you're going to sit down and watch it.
You don't pick up a baseball game in the 5th inning. Okay. Larry Nelson, yes, indeed, he is on in 2 on his 480-yard hole. A birdie would move him to, or an eagle, I should say, would move him to within 1 shot of Watson at the moment. So despite this masterful performance of Watson, Nelson is not shaky. This is the 9th green that, remember, doubles as the practice putting green. Yesterday, Tom Watson was so far on the back of it that one of the practice holes was between him and the real hole, and he had to get relief from a USGA official. Everything near you is practice green. It also, however, is in play on the golf course.
Just when those 2 caddies are kneeling down there, is just can't walk going to do exactly. And after all, he's just come from a 3-putt at the 8th green, so he doesn't want to do anything silly here. And yet he still wants to give himself a good chance. We got a good look at Larry's grip there. Very basic putting grip. Wants to give himself a realistic chance for an eagle. And he did.
However, it'll be a birdie for Larry Nelson to move him to 3 under. 2 shots behind Watson, 2 ahead of Ballesteros. However, remember, they're coming to the 9th. And there are 2 people who also may have good chances for eagle. Birdie. Larry Nelson, at the end of prep time, started the day even. He's now 3 under. So he has had a 3 under par score of 33. That's awfully good. After a 65 yesterday.
You put that with what he had yesterday, that's even more impressive.
His opening rounds were 75 and 73. It didn't look like he was going to be in this fight at all yesterday.
And this man either. Calvin started with 75 and then didn't get to finish his round on, which was a low round of the day for Friday, which he actually finished on Saturday because of the rain delay. Came out and bogeyed the 18th hole early Saturday morning. Calvin.
Even par. Now we'll look at the 9th hole, 480 yards, par 5.
Well, that was my mistake. That sounded more like a birdie applause there.
Okay, so it was a par for Cal Pete to keep him at 1 over par. Look at that. Tremendous effort. Well, he's got to hack it out a bit, so not get the eagle opportunity. Let's see now about Tom Watson. That was Ballesteros, of course, and now Watson with a 2-stroke lead in the National Open. I always liked it when they called it the National Open years ago. Yeah.
But that's why it's important to drive in a fairway. Now, Tom has really a big advantage here. Even as strong as Seve is, couldn't knock the ball on the green out of the rough. Tom, on the other hand, has an iron to this hole, which then becomes a par 4 for him.
Probably only a 4-iron, Dave. He hit a tremendous drive. That shot's a little to the right, though.
He started it. It's come back. He's in the deep rough here.
Oh, into the deep rough beside the 9th green goes Tom Watson, but he's only 2, and it's a par 5 hole. The battle goes on.
Welcome back, and that's not Big Brother peeping out through the window. That's one of our excellent cameramen with his magic lantern looking out from the top of the clubhouse, giving us the reverse view back down this 9th hole and this huge 9th green, and they're perched everywhere. Records have been broken pretty well every day at this championship. Wonderful crowds, and we've been lucky with the weather, apart from that great thunderstorm that we had when play was delayed 2.5 hours, and they're seeing a feast of golf. This is Seve's 3rd shot, par 5 9th hole. Herbert in the rough couldn't, even with his best, sponsored on the green, and the slope, well, it just needed a touch more. Just wanted it over the top of the hill, and nearly a good one. But he's just not getting the grips with the course as far as getting birdies are concerned. He's holding ground. He started the day at 1 under par. He's still 1 under. Larry Nelson's moved ahead there, 3 under, but this is the man of the moment. He's had 5 birdies and 1 bogey in 8 holes. Truly remarkable stuff. And this is his 3rd shot at the 9th. Not lying all that badly. One would anticipate that Tom somehow or other will get down in 2 from here. Not that it's very easy. He's got to make sure of making solid enough contact with the ball. Slides the club in and underneath and plays an exquisite again, pulled up perhaps a little quicker. Green, the final 2 ball on the course. Tom Watson, Seve Ballesteros. Watson with a short putt to go 6 under. Ballesteros with a putt must be 7 or 8 yards for a birdie. Missed a short putt at the 7th, Seve. Really is the only mistake he's made. He's hold a couple of good putts to save his par on occasion. But Tom Watson really has hit some beautiful shots and putted quite magnificently so far. Notice that right forefinger. Club held very lightly. Unlucky. And that's how they slip away. Just don't rock. But as Jim was saying, Tom Watson once had a mighty lead, 5 or 6 strokes with 9 holes to go here. This is the 10th green, and Gil Morgan. Over par, playing very steadily indeed. This for a par. Terry Deal's been following this match. The good doctor's performing nicely, Terry.
Gil's hit very, very classy long iron shots today. And the way the course is set up, Watson's round is that more remarkable. Gil's hit it in the center of every green, just can't get one down.
Back to Tom Watson at the 9th. And 6 birdies in 9 holes and 1 bogey. Truly remarkable golf from the defending champion Tom Watson. This was a funny old life, a funny old game. It seems 5 minutes ago they said, he can't do it. He's a choker, gets too nervous. Well, I wonder what they think now. Larry Nelson, the man in 2nd place. 10th hole. 2nd shot. 462 yards.
It's on the right side.
Got a nice bounce in there, Eddie. And it's still coming, it's still coming. Look at this. Well, eventually it stopped, but Larry Nelson with a very holdable puddle, although it'll be very fast indeed for yet another birdie. So he had a remarkable day's golf yesterday, and he's continuing the good work today. Playing with him, Calvin Peete. Just 1 over. Ballesteros got his par, 5 at the 9th. So he stays at 1 under, but remember, Watson is 6 under. Cal Peete here, 1 over.
He's hit a beautiful drive. He's right in the center of the fairway, probably some 275 yards off the tee. Even though he slipped a bit today, he really has played very well. It's a difficult golf course, and I think Watson's play has overshadowed everyone at this point. But Calvin is still playing very well.
Look at that ball just running round and on the slope, coming down the hill, down the green. We're getting into the second 9 holes of the final round of this year's Open. Got more good things to come.
welcome back to the Oakmont Country Club, where history is being made in the United States. Tom Watson at 6 under, Larry Nelson at 3 under, Ballesteros at 1 under. Tom Watson has just turned the front 9 in 31 strokes. As we look down the rest of the leaderboard, Ray Floyd now has dropped back to +5, and it has become now 3, possibly a 2-man race, as we look here at Calvin Peete, who is +1 and putting for birdie. Down on the 10th green, the treacherous 10th, the most difficult hole in this tournament. Here are the scorecards of Johnny Miller, who's 63 here, startled the world back in 1973, and Tom Watson, their front 9. As you see, Johnny Miller, birdies are in white and the bogeys in blue. And Miller came in 32, Tom Watson in 31. Tom today had just 2 pars in that front 9. 6 birdies, 1 bogey. That's the way to blow your opponents out of the water, David.
That's exactly what he's doing. And Jack, there was really only 1 putt of any length there at the 3rd hole that he had to make. Of course, making the putt at number 1, that's got to put you in a good frame of mind. The putt for a par. This putt is really slick going down here.
Larry Nelson's here at 10.
Right.
Yes. Larry himself did 33 in the front 9 with 4 birdies. Look at it go. Slick is right. Very difficult hole because it's downhill and the green then goes away from you too.
Just as number 1 does, and it's just with the slope. If you built a green like that nowadays, I think they'd probably really be mad at the architect who built it going away from you. But again, that's part of Oakmont's, if you want to call it, charm.
Calvin Peete got off to a shaky start with 2 bogeys, but has calmed down a bit. But in that time, Tom Watson has streaked ahead. And the back 9 here is certainly a difficult place to make up shots, and somebody's going to have to come back.
Back 9 throughout the tournament has played tougher than her front. And of course, watch Calvin here. I noticed Watson went off the 10th tee with an iron, where in 78, when really the 10th hole, he made 6, Mahaffey made a birdie, picked up 3 shots right away. Kind of started Tom on his roll the wrong way.
All right. Calvin's at +1. And here's to give you an idea of that green here at 10, how it just does drop away from them. It's coming downhill, and there's a 3 feet between the pressure from front to back. And it is played out to be the most difficult putt hole during this tournament. Larry Nelson gets by the 10th. He has bogeyed in 2 days, and he's by it today safely and remains at 3 under, 3 shots behind Tom Watson.
He's going to dance over the 11 tee.
Yes. When you walk away from there, I guess with a par, I guess you feel that way. Ballesteros now. Rossi.
Very, very long shot. This is probably the 3-iron as hard as he can hit it, but it's sure a pretty looking shot. It's right at the flag.
Oh, now look at this move. I'll show you.
It won't stay on the green, Jack.
That's the slant of this green, and that slope.
Straight at the flag is not where you want to hit it at 10.
Be over to the right.
This is what Nelson did.
Watson's in the right-hand rough. It's one of the few fairways he's missed. He missed it with an iron. Looks like a 5-iron. It's going way left. It really came out terribly and is in the very long rough, about 100 yards short of the green.
So So, the 10th hole now, taking center stage here. Ballesteros' ball you can just barely see, and Watson's you cannot, as the leaderboard looks this way at this moment.
Tom Watson leading by 3. It's been out about a decade now. Talked to him the other day. He said he hasn't been playing well really for 2 years. He said even though he won the U.S. and British Opens last year, I asked him if the drive was still as hard as it used to be. His priorities hadn't changed quite a bit. Here's what he had to say.
Well, the priorities are different, that's for sure. With a family, the priorities are definitely different. It used to be that with an ever-supporting wife, Linda, she used to let me basically practice as much as I wanted to practice and play as much as I wanted to play. And of course now with the family, that's a little bit different. She takes a tremendous burden on the family. When I'm out of town, she has to take care of the kids, but I miss her a tremendous amount. And I think there's a lot to be said for those players who don't have kids and their ability to play and practice more. I don't have the ability to play and practice as much. I have to ration my time a little bit more now, quite a bit more now than I did, say, in the mid-70s when we didn't have a family. And I think it's put a strain on my game, but the priorities are there. The family comes first.
So speaks Tom Watson. Well, he's certainly playing with memories of Turnberry and other places today here, I'd say that. Tom Watson getting his third shot here at this par 4, and it won't be an easy shot, Rossi, will it?
No, there is no easy shot on this hole.
Now here's Gil Morgan at the 11th hole for birdie. Gil is +1. No, +2, I say. He got the day. And back at the 10th. And Tom Watson, the leader. A remarkable 31 on the front 9.
Jack, here's a shot, 100 yards, Rossi said, or thereabouts. You've got a wedge. There's no way to shoot it to pin. He'd do well just to put it on the green, I feel. The only good thing is, if it hits out to the right, it is going to roll back to the left. That's the only saving thing he may have.
That's where he's put it, isn't it? Good shot there. Look at it go. Like it has an electric battery in it when it hits it.
As I said, he'd be lucky to keep it on the ground.
So he is 3 there. Ballesteros, as we look at Gil Morgan on the 13th tee.
12th tee.
That's the 12th tee, which is the par 5, a long one, 603 yards with a tilting fairway and another green that can give you gray hairs. There it is. As we look at Raymond Floyd. Nicely in the fairway, just up against the short rough. Let's see if we can get a wooden club on that. It
stayed in the fairway.
Pretty good. Now Ballesteros. Well, Nelson first, his second shot. And what's the story there, Ed?
Jack, he's got a pretty good lie with the pin cut fairly close to the bunker on the right side of the green. He'll have to hit a good shot to get it close, but he really shouldn't have too much trouble getting the ball on the green.
He's on, safely on at the 11th. Good steady round. On any other day would have done him a lot better good. Ballesteros still has not played. This is Watson.
Putting the ball, Jack.
And quite well.
Not bad at all, but he's got a tricky little putt coming down there.
There is Linda Watson. P.J. Boatwright of the United States Golf Association. Another concerned look.
It's a helpless feeling, just watching someone that you are pulling for, and I know she's pulling for him.
Now Ballesteros. Oh, that comes up. Well, as you said yesterday, Dave, you just have no control over that, do you?
You don't have a lot, and I noticed that the shots that Seve has not pitched like they were going to go in, or at least got to the hole, they stopped quite a bit quicker than he was imagining they would do.
Watson at 6 under, Nelson at 3 under, Ballesteros at 1 under. With Watson in some kind of slight difficulty here at 10, but Ballesteros is not out of it by any means either. Other scores, how they're going. Well, Ballesteros will putt first. And this for par.
He can be a little aggressive here, Jack, as he's putting uphill. It breaks a little from his right to left. Oh, right the other way.
Well, another opportunity to pick up some ground on the leader now goes out the window for Seve. Bogey 5 at 10, puts him to even par. Now Watson. Shorter putt, but still a little hairy.
It's downhill again. He's an aggressive putter. Said that a million times. But he's got one here that'll test your nerves. Just got to start this one, Jack.
Oh, what a good putt. Believe it or not, that's a good bogey.
That was a good 5 after where he put himself in 2.
This is Nelson for birdie. And he could pick up something at the 11th hole. He could have really picked up something on Watson there, but remains at 3 under with that left for a par. Tom Watson at -5, Larry Nelson at -3, and we'll be back to Oakmont in a moment.
The day started as a hand-to-hand struggle between the two greatest golfers in the world at this moment, Tom Watson and Seve Ballesteros. Now it's turned into a fight, at least for the moment, between Tom Watson and Larry Nelson. Larry Nelson, who wasn't even in this tournament, it didn't seem, going into the 3rd round, but shot 65 yesterday, has gone out on the front 9 in 33 today, and it's just 2 strokes behind Watson. And I think, Dave, it's very significant that although Watson shot 31 on the front 9, he still only has that 2-shot lead. That's not much. The 11th tee. The hole back up the hill. 371-yard par 4. 10 is all the way down the hill. This is back up the same hill.
That looks perfect, too. Left side of the fairway. So when Larry played the hole, again, it's back right. Not all the way back, but on the right-hand side. Gives you a little easier looking entry to the hole.
Ballesteros, current Masters champion. He's won that twice. He's won the British Open. He has not won this. This is the first time he has ever played well in it, actually. Well, he's played extremely well. Today's round, however, he is 1 over today. Let's see. Yep. Oh, Rossi, that looks pretty bad from here.
That is not good. It's in a spot where he can reach the green, Jim, but I don't think he's going to be able to hold the ball if he shoots it at the flag. He's going to have to play to the left. But with his strength, I think he can get it to the green.
Speaking of Larry Nelson, he is not without credentials himself. Well, here's Gil Morgan, who is 1 over for this championship. He's in a tie with Cal Peete for 4th place. His 3rd shot on the par 5 12th hole. Gil started the day 2 over. He's gained a stroke on par. So he's to be checked on periodically. Now Watson. Saying about Larry Nelson that he did after all win the PGA Championship in his home state in 1981. He's been on the Ryder Cup team twice, always among the top money leaders. It's just that he hasn't been this year. He's in 92nd place. As you said, hadn't been putting on or anything. Watson now. Going, remember, for his 2nd U.S. Open in a row.
Rossi, what kind of shot has he got there?
8-iron.
Draw, he said.
Pretty good looking shot, though.
Draw into the hole. Another fine approach shot by Tom Watson, giving himself the birdie position. That's what's so difficult to do at Oakmont, isn't it?
Well, the only 2 really questionable iron shots that he's hit, well, 3 really, the tee off at 10, but the second shots at 1 and 10, he hooked them both. Other than that, he has knocked it right over the flag every time.
Seve with his difficult 2nd shot now from the rough. Look at the straight line.
Going right at the flag.
Nope. He's found one of the 178 bunkers of Oakmont. He is in the sand. He can't afford to lose anymore. He's 5 shots behind now. So on he plods, the kid from Spain. We're going to move over to Jack Whitaker for the moment. Jack?
Thank you very much, Jim. And if you have joined us late, or even if you haven't joined us late, it's a remarkable story here in the final round of the U.S. Open. Tom Watson has almost exploded and run out and hit. He hasn't quite yet, but his front 9 of 31 is absolutely topic A. With me here is Frank Hannigan, the executive director of the USGA, and our topic this afternoon for discussion will be famous front 9s in Open history.
Well, in modern times, Jack, there have been a number of 30s. Most of them were shot by golfers who were well out of contention. There are really 3 front 9s in modern times that come to my mind. One, of course, is the epic 30 by Arnold Palmer at Cherry Hills in 1960. The second was Miller's 32 here to set up his great win here in 1973. The third, one I really remember, happened in the 3rd round at Congressional in 1964. Your old friend Ken Venturi shot a 30 that was just unbelievable, and that enabled him to go on and take the lead and win the championship.
I think we'll have to put this 31 of Tommy's right in there, don't you?
Absolutely.
And as Dave Marr pointed out, he didn't really have any long putts except perhaps at the 3rd and all those birdies he had.
Yeah, it was just magic what Watson did on the front 9 today, Jack. Right.
Well, we had a Byron Nelson shot a 33, didn't he? I mean, Larry Nelson here at a 33 today with Tom, which has kind of been overshadowed because of all the birdies Tom had, but he came up with about 4 of his own.
Yeah, it's you would think if Watson knew at the start of the round that he was going to be 5 under, he would be the thought by now that he would be coasting.
That's right. So he's had 31, and he still hasn't put all the opposition away, has he?
Not by a long shot. 2-stroke lead could go in 1 hole.
Well, anyway, that's the story so far. Back to Jim McKay.
Observing here, Seve Ballesteros in the bunker, remember, on the 11th hole. No, wait a minute. Now, the word from the course was he's in the bunker, but he is in the long grass, it appears there. There, we see it.
You'd be better off in the bunker, Jim.
Yep. This is the bad stuff. Good shot. Good shot. Still got one coming back. If he is to save par. Next hole coming up for them is the long par 5, 603 yards long. Now Gil Morgan putting for a birdie. He is on that par 5.
Look how far left he's aiming, Jim. Yeah, you know, we think he's putting for birdie. I guarantee you Gil would just like to get the ball down in 2. Watch this break and watch how fast this moves.
Look at that. Oh, what a fine putt. Yes, it went in. Just 11 to go. For Gil Morgan, bringing back the even par. Well, he's tied with Seve now. 5 strokes behind the leader, to be sure. 3 strokes behind Nelson. But a legitimate contender with as many holes to be played as there are. But he's got to keep it going. Gowrie following the leaders. Watson. But his par will be easy. Seve's will be difficult. Okay. Pizzini remains at 5 under. 4 under. A bit darker overhead, but still no rain. Sure hope that holds off.
I'm going to go see the. You give me the key.
He told us early in the day it was a 60% chance. John Mahaffey on the right, finishing up on 18. John Mahaffey, who led, co-leader at the end of the first round, started this day 7 over. He's now 13 over. In other words, he's 6 over on today's round, needing this par putt for a round of 77. Won the PGA Championship on this golf course 5 years ago.
He was leading the tournament.
Seve with the par putt. And 11 had to do it to maintain any chance. And he stays an even par, 5 with Gil Morgan, 5 behind Watson, 3 behind Larry Nelson, and still many holes to play.
That's how they stand with just 7 holes remaining of this year's championship, unless of course there's a tie, in which case there'll be an 18-hole playoff tomorrow. At the moment, Tom Watson still 2 strokes ahead of Larry Nelson, and Tom Watson and Severiano Ballesteros are now playing the long 12th hole, one of the few holes in golf over 600 yards in length, 603 to be precise. There it is, stretching away down the hill, and ahead the 13th, par 3, 185 yards. Gil Morgan, after that wonderful putt off the 12th through birdie, is his tee shot on the short 13.
Good shot.
Having a very good year, good, solid player, and nicely off the green. Look at the speed of it. The ball is rolling back. It looks flat, doesn't it? That ball rolled back 8 or 9 or 10 feet. It's still moving. It's still just edging its way down. Finally comes to rest. Some great stuff being played here today, and my word, I'm sure we're in for even more dramas over these last few holes. Because as everyone's been saying, so many things can happen. Here's Ray Floyd playing with Gil Morgan. Not a good day for Raymond. Started out full of hope, but has found some evil lies. And now 7 over par. That's a beautiful looking shot, right at the pin. Now then, will it stop or will it go back? There you have it. Recorded. Good. Speeds by. He's got a little tester left for his par. He's right there, tied for 3rd place with Ballesteros. Even par. Nelson. No, that's just slid away. That's it, and it's still quite a few feet from the hole. Well, they always say there's no tournament or championship really comes alive until the last 9 holes of the last day. And many times that's true. Unless, of course, people are miles and miles ahead. Here's that putt I was just mentioning to you. This was Gil Morgan at the 12th. Look at him. He almost starts it out sideways. And it starts to turn, looks good here, gathering speed. Now then it slows down, and you wonder if it's going to make it. The weight of the ball just tripled it in. And that really was a marvelously done shot from Gilmore. Second shot now of the leader and defending champion, Tom Watson, at the 12. Knocks it down the fairway. Bob, he's still a ways to go to the green, isn't he?
Well, yes, Peter, but he had a terrible lie, and he played a wonderful shot, I think, in the circumstances. He's got it about 200 yards from the green, but in the fairway where he can go at it.
And what about Seve?
Seve played a beautiful drive right down the middle, but he's taking the iron to lay up. He has not changed his game plan at all. And he's got it going a little left. It may catch the left rough.
Yep, yes it did, and that really seemed to settle right down in the bottom of the grass. The target area isn't very wide, but if you're going to play safe, for goodness sake, make sure really that you do get it on the cut surface. This is Larry Nelson for a par 5. Second place, 2 behind Tom Watson. Another hole safely tucked away. This was moments ago. We recorded Cal Peete for birdie at the 12th. Super third shot he played. And he tucked it in as well. So 3 players now. Level par, Ballesteros, Peete, and Gilmore. There's a view of the 12th. You get some idea of the size of the bunkers here and the size of the crowds. There's the leaderboard showing 3 players at even par. Al Sutton, 2 over. Lanny Wadkins, 4 over. His brother Bobby started the week so well, really fell by the wayside. But I'm sure he's enjoyed his week. Came in as a replacement for the injured Lee Trevino, and I'm sure we all wish Lee a speedy recovery. Bobby Watkins, in fact, 77 today for a total of 306. Now then, Mr. Watson's third shot. Bob?
Well, he's up 200 yards, as I said. And of course, he's going downhill. It's very, very still out here right now, not a breath of air. Tom will probably hit himself a 3 or 4 iron. I think, if anything, at this juncture, he would rather be over the green than short, because the most he would ever make from over the green would be 6, but from short of the green, you can make anything.
Well, 200 yards to go. Magic target in the rough between those 2 bunkers. Quite a long way from the hole. Well, Ballesteros has had a couple of opportunities which he hasn't managed to take. This man made his own luck and good fortune yesterday with a really terrific round of 65, and he's kept the good work going today. He's only just 2 strokes behind. He's on the 13th tee, 185-yard par 3. Funny little ridge on the right-hand side of this green, which makes putting very awkward. A lot of vocal support, and that could finish very close to start to move. There isn't golf a funny old game. You see an ounce harder that could have gone into heavy rough, just a foot or 2 over the green. That touches the game that you get the good breaks. You get enough bad breaks, got to get a few good ones around again. So Nelson looking in very good shape, maybe to get a birdie 2 there at the 13th. Seve's third shot at the 12th. He's mowing into that ground like he really does give it some stuff, I'm telling you. He's just got it on the front of the green. And that's big, still moving. Look at that, dribbling away. Torvill indeed will not be performing here on these greens. We'll be back in a minute.
This is the leader, Tom Watson, at the 12th hole, the par 5. His 4th shot. Beautifully played.
Jack, that's one of the best shots I've ever seen. People could only, I mean, they'll always talk about his shot at 17 last year. Again, this is a green like we just saw 10 is. And to get that close to the hole is an absolutely beautiful golf shot.
Those kind of shots win U.S. Open championships. Let's look at it again.
That's about 70 feet from where this flag is.
Now he has a very, very delicate putt, but he's got a chance anyway to hold par here. This is live again with Larry Nelson up at the 13th. A birdie here to put him within 1 shot of Tom. Oh, the heartache of it. Ballesteros from the very front of the green, and look at this. Marvelous touch. Oh, hold up, hold up. And Seve will have that for par. Larry Nelson made par, as Ballesteros' ball didn't stop. Jack, this is Hal Sutton for a birdie. Hal is at +2, and he's playing at the 15th, +3 now. And back to +2. Nice putt for Hal Sutton. Now we're told that Sutton now is +1. And 4 shots off the lead in this darkening afternoon. The thing that Peter mentioned earlier, Dave, is that Ballesteros had not taken advantage. Every time that Watson has paused for a moment with a bogey, he has bogeyed also.
Well, he put himself there at 12, the hole that we see now. I told Jim when we were in commercial, if he gets this down in 2, it will be a miracle, because from where he was, that was, I mean, if you can believe it, 15 feet or 20 feet past the hole, whatever he is, that's as good as he could do. And don't forget, Watson has a little putt from that side of the hole.
He sure does.
If he happens to miss it, may go right where Seve's is. This caused by the fact he hit that iron in the rough on his second shot.
He boldly went for it. He needed to. And he's not in it yet. No indication of how Seve is feeling, and understandably so. All right, Watson now. Two different tournaments here from the front 9 and the back 9.
Believe me, Jack, if he doesn't hit the hole here, I mean, this is one where if you just see daylight, you start bringing the club back forward, because this is going to take off all on its own. What Sam Snead say here once, he marked his dime slipped when he put it down.
The dime started to move, yeah.
It's not surprising. You can't hit it for... Can't really try to make that little putt in that if you hit it too hard, you go right where Seve's did. And all touch, just get it outside the hole and miss.
And here is the beneficiary of that, Larry Nelson at the 14th. Ed Snead.
Jack, he's right in perfect position. I think the way he's played today has been unbelievable. I just recounted his round, and I don't think he's missed a putting surface except at the first hole when he was about a foot off the green. And in the U.S. Open, I think you've got to count that as a green hit.
Certainly do, Ed. Ballesteros, a bogey there at 12. Bogey for Tom Watson at 12. And so now Watson leads, but not by as much as he did before. And Larry Nelson in pursuit. One shot between Tom Watson and Larry Nelson. As Ballesteros now slips into black figures for the first time today. Gil Morgan and Calvin Peete in between at even par. As we're looking down now at the 14th hole where Larry Nelson is, right in the fairway, waiting to hit his second shot. Here is our leaderboard. It has changed, and we'll be back. We're going to stay right here as long as we can keep this thunderstorm away. So far, we've been able to avoid it, although the clouds are very dark gray. Tom Watson on the 13th tee, the 185-yard par 3. Here's a little bit of the western Pennsylvania sky. And it's thunderstorm time. Old PA, looking back at that very distinctive clubhouse. The 9th hole and the green and the putting green. Now the eagle squint of Tom Watson. A one-shot lead now as things begin to tighten up. There's that ridge on the right that Peter Allis mentioned a little bit ago on this green that if you fool around with that, you're in a lot of trouble.
Turn.
That's the ridge we talked about. That'll be an interesting putt, David.
It certainly will be, Jack. I tried that a couple of weeks ago. That's like a little foxhole in there. To put up over the hill, and then it's good drop from there. Once about 5 feet in front of him, from there on is downhill. Be very fast.
We'll move ahead now to the 14th and Calvin Peete. Ed Snead.
Jack, he's got about 125 yards to the hole, and he's in the light rough. It's going to be difficult to stop the ball real well, I think, coming out of that. It looks like a pretty good shot.
Beautiful shot. It's getting better, Ed. Even as we talk, it gets better. He's in there for another birdie putt. That'll put him in red figures at 1 under.
Jack, I wouldn't have thought he was too used to playing out of the rough.
Yeah,
He's
that's right.
not in there enough to play those kind of shots.
Scandalous of him.
Larry's got just about the same distance, maybe a little less, 118 or 20 yards. I'm sure he'll be using a pitching wedge.
Nelson and Peete just one ahead of Watson and Ballesteros, and there's his shot. Ladies and gentlemen, we're almost at the point of having co-leaders. What a magnificent golf shot under pressure for Larry Nelson.
That is a tough little dude playing right there.
The game is on.
And another thing, Jack, he's usually, when he gets in front, is when he's won his tournaments. You let him get the bit in his teeth, and Tom's going to have his hands full.
Oh, my. Let's take another look at this, David. Marvelously controlled swing, and everything was right, the club and everything.
It's just great to see golf played like this. I can't imagine how well these guys play.
Wow. This is young Larry Nelson, who had 33 on the front. After 65 yesterday. Even from this height, you can see some of the ridges in this green. Here's our leaderboard at the moment. Tom Watson has that very difficult putt here. Talking with William Campbell, the president of the USGA.
He looks very close to the fringe there, Jack. What he may have been asking was, am I on or off the green, which would mean whether he can mark it or then clean it, which is, when in doubt, ask, just to see where you are. And if there's not an official, you ask one of your playing competitors with you, on or off.
Now, where does he aim this putt?
Gotcha.
No, but I mean, there is that.
He's got the first part of it is fairly straight. Then it should break. It should break a little to his right coming off that hill, and then back to the left up by the hole. Again, speed is so important here.
This is Calvin Peete for a birdie at the 14th. Oh, my.
This man would ever get a putting lesson from a George Lowe or somebody, Jack. There's no telling what he might shoot.
Shoot 57. Well, par, but disappointment. He remains at even as we watch Tom Watson now.
He must be off the green, Jack, because he's leaving the flag in unattended. Now, the ball went to the right. Now, it should go back to the left in here.
Wasn't that a great putt?
Have to have an awful lot of imagination on these greens as to what they're going to do.
It's like that putt he made at where? 14 last year at Pebble in the last round? But here's a man who can tie for the lead with this putt. He makes it. Larry Nelson and Tom Watson, co-leaders. So, the United States Open Championship is closer than ever as Tom Watson and Larry Nelson are co-leaders. Back again at the U.S. Open, where we have a dead heat going for the U.S. Open Championship between Tom Watson and Larry Nelson. Two American touring professionals. Watson going after his 8th major championship. Nelson, well, he has won. He won the PGA Championship in 1981 in his home state of Georgia. Cal Peete and Gil Morgan have some chance. Not much. They'd have to get very, very hot. Ballesteros has fallen back to 1 over. On the 14th hole, Tom Watson, 360-yard par 4. And he's in the first cut, nestled down a bit. But what do you think, Bob Rosberg?
Well, it doesn't look too bad, but again, Ballesteros just, he put his in the rough also, you know, and Tom is not hitting it quite as good as he did the front nine. I don't know whether the tension is mounting or what, but he just has hit a couple of wayward shots, and he certainly didn't hit any except the iron at the first hole.
Larry Nelson now on the 15th hole, 453 yards, par 4.
Isn't it wonderful how they keep that good tempo, Jim? I mean, even
really is.
He knows where he is. He knows he's got a chance to win the Open. And no fast swings now.
Nope, same tempo. Watson on the left, Nelson on the right. We can put them head-to-head for you. We'll be doing that as they come down the stretch. Should there be a tie, it will not be sudden death. There will be a playoff tomorrow at 18 holes, and we'll be on the air 4 to 5:30 Eastern Time. A few drops of rain have begun to fall here at 18. As Watson walks up with Phil Campbell, the president of the USGA, one of the fine amateur golfers of all time. Gil Morgan now for a par. Morgan at even par, remember, tied with Cal Peete for 3rd place. Behind the co-leaders. There, the umbrellas have appeared. That's at 18. Is it raining out on the golf course?
It is. It definitely is starting to rain, and there's a big clap of thunder. Lightning quite a ways away, but it looks like it's coming this way. We've kind of dodged it all day, Jim.
Yep.
But I don't think we're going to dodge this one.
Well, if that lightning gets anywhere near, we'll hear a siren, and the USGA will stop play until it goes away again.
I'll hear it from the clubhouse, Jim.
Yes, you and I. All right, the par for Gilmore, going to keep him at even par for the championship. He's 2 under on today's round. So Watson has seen his lead completely disappear. Morgan looking at the sky, Watson looking at the sky, and both with good reason. We had a terrible thunderstorm here that included hailstones on Friday. Unfortunately, 2 spectators were marginally struck by lightning, if that's the correct phrase. In other words, they were all right. They were taken to the hospital, one released immediately and the other released later. Very fortunate circumstance. And some of the golfers had to take refuge in drainage ditches. David Graham and Hale Irwin and Bobby Watkins said they were utterly terrified for half an hour.
Well, you should be. Because if that hits you, you're usually dead, and you should get into a depression, whether it's a bunker or a ditch or whatever. Sevy's second shot here at 14.
Yeah.
Runs a little. Oh, it's soft.
Just a bit more. He's off of the putting surface. Started the day 1 under. He's now 1 over. 2 over on today's round. However, he has put to rest during this championship, certainly, the thought that he cannot play in the U.S. Open.
Well, it was just a question of time and discipline, and it seems now that he has the maturity and discipline to have a game plan and stick by it.
Watson.
Shot's a little right.
Oh, boy. Kicking in.
Good bounce.
Yep. So he's all right as the ball continues to move and move as it does at Oakland. So they continue to move along, but you see the umbrellas everywhere. Cal Peete now, gee, what a big birdie that would have been for him. He is now on the 15th hole at even par, 4 shots out of the lead.
Got about 225 to the pin.
Okay, Ed Snead.
Looked as though it started a little right, Ed.
I can't see it right
Stayed
now.
right. It's in the bunker. Yeah.
Yeah, it landed to the right.
Yeah, it's in the sand, Ed.
You feel that's a hard shot, Ed, when that ball is below your feet like Calvin had then? It almost always gets away to the right on you.
Well, it really does, and the wind is coming a little bit from the right, which actually helps the guys a little bit. It's into them a bit from the right, but when the ball's below your feet and you're 220 yards from the hole, it's a tough shot.
Now, Gil Morgan on the 16th tee, par 3, 228 yards long. If he's going to get any more birdies, this would be the place to do it. Well, 17 also is birdieable.
Well, to have any chance, of course, that's, oh, what a good shot there. He has to make a couple of birdies and then hope that the other 2, Larry and Tom, have a couple of bogeys, because he doesn't have enough room here to get to 4 under unless he holds out the shot from the fairway.
Larry Nelson. This on tape. Nelson's second shot on 15. Okay. time you see it hit on
Good
that
looking
surface.
shot.
That's good.
Again.
Oh, look at this.
This little man is really tough, I'll tell you.
He's putting that ball close to the pin, very much the way
Chuck-
Johnny Miller did back in 1973.
And much the same as Tom did on the front net.
Tom Watson is concerned. He says he has seen some lightning and he wants to suspend play.
Well, that is Frank Hannigan of the USGA. He's on the radio with Bill Campbell there and the other USGA officials, and a competitor can request a suspension of play. In fact, he can unilaterally stop play, can he not?
Right, if the player feels that he is endangered out on the golf course, the rules say that he may suspend play, and he is heading for the locker room.
And didn't Ben Crenshaw do that at Medina a few years ago?
No, that was Watson too at Medina.
Was it? Well,
yeah, on the first tee.
I remember Ben running off that 17th.
Watson beat Crenshaw's step up late in that race.
So very intelligently, Tom Watson has said, we got to stop.
Now, if Larry Nelson wants to continue, finish putting in 15, is he allowed to do that, Frank?
Yeah, even when play is suspended, there goes the
There's
siren.
the siren.
Now, what Nelson has is the option. He can either mark his ball and go off the golf course, come back and putt it when play resumes, or he may opt to putt, whichever he may feels more comfortable doing.
So it's just short of 5:30 here outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and play has been suspended in the final round of the United States Open Championship. And at what a moment, with Tom Watson and this man, Larry Nelson, flat even, not that many holes left to play, but they're the decisive ones. Can this change a man's attitude, his tempo, his feeling of the complete round that he plays, Dave?
I don't feel it. A number of times during the year, during your career, you get stopped like this. Now, if it were me, what I would like to do is putt this putt. Go ahead and get this out of the way. Don't take cover. What if it rains a lot? Now you come back and you wonder whether the greens have changed their speed or whatever. You know the feel right now. Go ahead and putt it, and then let's go in the clubhouse. You could be thinking about the shots that you have to hit at that par 3-16. Another player may do it another way. That's just the way I feel. I'd rather get that out of the way right now.
Okay. There's no downpour here. It's raining very lightly. Ed, how is it raining out there? I know it's lightly at 18. Is it still fairly light rain out there?
Well, it's not the rain so much as the lightning. That's.
I understand. But
well,
I mean,
it is. It's barely sprinkling out here, but we have seen a number of bolts of lightning in the distance, and I'm sure that the players are very apprehensive about that.
Well, those of you who play this game of golf can't be reminded too many times, if you're ever out there, they don't have a siren for you, but you see lightning at all, get off the golf course. Too many people lose their lives in this country every year that way.
Another thing, Jim, we're at a very high point here. This golf course, you can't tell it, but we're, probably quite some distance above the river. So we're at a very high point here, and lightning here could be dangerous.
Of course, a few years ago in Western Open at Butler National, it was Lee Trevino and Jerry Hurt and Bobby Nichols. This is for a 4, by the way. So Cal Pete will go to the locker room to wait with the others with the knowledge that it's beginning to slip away. Bogeyed the first 2 holes, fought his way back to even par, had an opportunity to go 1 under, but missed that one, and now Cal is 1 over.
Yeah, you see that happen a lot. To get off to a bad start, then get it back and have a chance at 14, and really a very makeable putt. Not make it, the air goes out of you. You play a hole like 15, which is difficult enough to par under ideal conditions.
Oops.
And there was a very
bolt.
close flash there.
Larry Nelson shot 75 the first day, 73 the second, then roared with a 65. Look at Gil Morgan here.
Gil saw it too.
Oh, did you hear that?
I'd kind of like to go into the clubhouse, James.
I am with you. Larry has decided to putt this birdie attempt, however. This could put him in the lead all by himself for the first time in the tournament. But no. He will also go to the locker room after he holds that out, tied for the lead with Tom Watson, who is long gone from the golf course. So there you have it. Nelson and Watson tied for the lead, and play is suspended.
Now, they can't start another hole. That's another point. Once you finish the hole that you're on, that's it. You may not restart or restart. You may not go to another hole.
Now, this is on tape. This was Gil Morgan.
Just ahead of Larry and them at 16.
That's right. Birdie attempt. Gil Morgan, who started the day 2 over par, at this point, even, 2 under for the day. And with the eyesight of a good golfing optometrist, Gil Morgan rolled it into the hole. A birdie that puts him 1 under for this championship. He's just 3 shots out of the lead. He's got a chance.
He's got a very good chance now.
Yeah.
He needs to make 1 more, and then obviously you got to pull for yourself. You got to pull for the other guys to make a couple bogeys or something.
That's right. Gil Morgan won the first 2 tournaments of this year, 1983. Playing very well out there. There you see the board that the people at 18 look at. And there's our own. 3 men under par figures, Watson, Nelson, and Morgan. Then Ballesteros 1 over. Cal Peete, they appear to be out of reach. Hal Sutton, Lanny Watkins. Play suspended once again. We'll stay with it and see what happens at Oakmont.
Well, the drama continues as we come to the climax of this year's American Open Championship, because if you've been with us all afternoon, if you've just joined us, in fact, we are having a thunder and lightning storm at this moment. Play has been suspended, but by the laws which govern this game of golf, the players have the option to finish the hole they're actually playing. They cannot start a new hole. Some players have elected to play out. This is the 18th green. The tall figure there of Andy North finishing up his round. He's going to finish off and pop his way into the clubhouse. Of course, if there were to be a big rain delay, as we had a couple of days ago, or the dreadful thought of perhaps this play being abandoned, come back tomorrow and see what happens, these fellas on the 18th green, who know they're not going to win, would like to just wind up their scorecard, check everything's okay, and then steal away into the night. Here's Hal Sutton, who's had a good championship. He's 2 over par for the championship. This is the 18th. Up the slope, and he's not quite given it enough. But he's played well. I'm sure his time will come. He's just 25 years of age. And what a good player he is, Hal Sutton. So he's completed his championship. Drops the stroke at the last hole, but still rounding 71, 3 over par. That's a total of 287. Par here 71, 471, so 284. So if we say, well, he's plus 10, well, it's 284 plus 10, 294, that sort of thing. Andy North, 7 over, 4 over for today. But a 76. In fact, that was for a 1 over par 5. There you see them going through the crowd, past the USGA blue tent on the right-hand side there, where the players have to go and check their scores. Let's have a look now. We've got a few scores here of completed rounds. I always feel that you at home have your own favourites, and the young man from your club, the young assistant, the club professional may have qualified, and you would like to see what in fact he has done. Now you see Bobby Watkins started so well with a 71. He was the replacement for Lee Trevino, who hurt his back. Started well, but sadly just slipped away. Greg Norman, the fine young Australian player, 74, 71, 81, 72. Jim Melford, Lou Graham, former champion. Bruce Devlin, who kicked off with a 70 and then 79, 77, 80. Well, Bruce told us he wasn't playing all that well. Young Brad Faxon, who was recently playing in England in the Walker Cup matches, had a good championship. Jack Nicklaus, well, you don't often see Jack at 16 over par, but in 2 or 3 weeks' time, the The British Open Championship is being played at Royal Birkdale. Jack will be there, and I'm sure he will be trying, as usual, his very, very best. Bob Shearer from Australia, now resident in the United States, there at the top. They look high scores, but this course really has been so very, very difficult. Craig Stadler finishing up with a 69, very good 69. 4 scores under 70 today, 4 69s. Nobody's done better so far than that. Gary Player finishing up with a 71. What a good last round from Gary. Tommy Nakajima, Tom Weiskopf. Well, Tom played some marvellous golf this week, but also had a few disasters and some troubles with the rough. Very steady scoring from him. John Mahaffey, well, he was sitting on top of the world the first 2 rounds, 69, 72, but then 79 and 78. Jim Thorpe always seemingly puts in a good show here at the championship. Joe Rassett, 72, 69, 78, 77, but I'm sure Joey Rassett's learnt a few things whilst he's been here this week. And Lanny Watkins, an excellent 69 to finish up with. But at the moment, with play suspended because of a thunderstorm right over the course and lightning in the area, that's the situation. Larry Nelson, who had that wonderful 65 yesterday, is tied now with Tom Watson for the lead. And what an extraordinary game golf is. Watson, having had 6 birdies and 1 bogey in the first 9 holes, seemed to be striding away with it, but it wasn't to be. Well, Jim McKay's inside the clubhouse now, nice and warm and comfortable, and look at him sitting there, proud as punch. Over to you, Jim.
Okay. Well, we're trying to look like the board of directors, because that's what this is. This is the director's room of the Oakmont Country Club, which this week has been taken over by the USGA, and is in fact the powerhouse of this Open Championship. Dave and I have come inside. We are lecturing people out there that you should get out of the lightning, so that's what we've done. We hope to have one or more of the golfers come in, if it wouldn't disturb their concentration, or perhaps people who have finished a little bit earlier. Right now it is absolutely, as you saw, I guess, on the monitor, teeming. It's pouring rain outside. But we have about 3 hours of daylight remaining, so we can wait.
Well, there's plenty of time to finish if, say plenty of time if it doesn't rain for 2 hours, but with Watson's group on the 14th hole, it shouldn't take more than an hour to finish from there. So if it doesn't rain for 2 hours, Jim, we'll be able to finish.
Okay, and if play should be stopped for today and they have to finish tomorrow, well, we'll let you know what our coverage will be as we go along. Very much improvising at this point. And we are surrounded by USGA officials and old friends here in the USGA room. Harry Easterly is here, and we saw Will Nicholson, the former president. So as I say, it's a different situation right now from the tension and excitement of the golf championship. We've gone to a wait. We're going to have some interesting things for you here, so stay with us and we'll all finish the U.S. Open. Well, this is the dominant scene at the Oakmont Country Club outside Pittsburgh. Umbrellas everywhere. There is a rain delay. The siren has blown. Play has been totally stopped. Not so much for the rain, but for the lightning that is in the area. We had a lightning and hailstorm here on Friday. 2 spectators were injured by lightning, although they're later released from the hospital. And at any time, as soon as lightning gets anywhere near the golf course, prudent golfers head for the clubhouse. That's what they have done here. The situation, by any chance you've just come in from your golf game or someplace and joined us, is this. You see Tom Watson and Larry Nelson tied for the lead in the U.S. Open Championship, 3 strokes ahead of Dr. Gil Morgan. Others have faded a bit. Ballesteros is now 1 over, as you see. Looks like he's just about out of it. A miracle thing could do it for him. Cal Peete. And here are some of the others. David Ogren there had a very good championship, played himself into the Masters. The top 16 will automatically qualify for next year's Masters. Look at the 9, the front 9 that Tom Watson had. 31. Larry Nelson had 33. So actually, he lost 2 shots, although shooting 3 under par in the front. Nelson lost 2 shots to Watson. He was not, however, discouraged. As Dave Marr pointed out a couple of times, he is one cool customer. Now, here's a man who is not cool, who is very passionate in his love of the game and his play of the game. Tom Weiskopf. You remember back at Congressional a few years ago at the PGA, we had a rain delay. We talked to you for about 45 minutes.
Always a pleasure talking to you, Jim.
Good to talk to you, Tom. Is there anything you can tell us, having played on the golf course today, that would help our knowledge of what lies ahead in the final few holes for these fellows?
Well, they're under extreme pressure, and under a situation like this, it's very hard to maintain your concentration anytime you have a delay. You have extremely difficult holes left to play. Larry's facing a very long and difficult par 3, and he'll be thinking about that. And then Tom has a long and difficult putt to try to negotiate, you know, a 2-putt to stay in, you know, tied with Larry. It's a very demanding course. There's just no let up in it. So I'm sure that they're just trying to prepare themselves mentally what they're going to try to do whenever they get the chance to go out there to do best, you know. And you know, they're playing exceptional golf, and I would suspect that looking at it, and I've watched it since I've finished, I don't see an advantage to either player really, because Larry has a difficult hole to play, and Tom has a makeable birdie putt for him because he's such a great putter, but yet he still has to play the long, difficult 15th hole. So you know, they're both even, and anything can happen.
I just think this is your 10th anniversary of the British Open, isn't it?
Well,
wasn't it 73?
73, that's right.
You going to be over there?
I'll go over there. We're going to play Royal Birkdale, which is probably as close to an American course as we play over there, next to Muirfield. I think it's the second best golf course, you know, on the English circuit.
We'll see you over there, and good luck to you in that. I think we have a Lawrence Nelson on the premises here. Yeah. Maybe you want to give up the barber chair for a minute?
Thank you, Tom.
Okay. Next. Hi, Larry. Have a seat. Your mother didn't know your name was Lawrence?
Is it just Larry, really?
It is Larry, yes, it's Larry.
Tell us about your round so far today.
Well, I've played about as well as I can play, really. I don't think I've... yeah, I hit it in the rough one time. That was on 11, and I hit a 3-wood there, and I don't know. I've hit the ball well. I hit probably one of the best shots of my life on 15 right before the rains came, and hit one of the best putts I've ever hit there. And I mean, it just didn't break.
Aren't these putts really hard to make? I've seen so many putts right on the edge. Of course, you're playing with Calvin, I believe, and he hits a lot of good putts that don't go.
Right. Well, you can do that here. I think it's a combination of how hard the greens are and how close the grass is cut. The holes are so well defined. You know, they're so well defined that the ball really has to kind of go in the center of the hole. You just don't have many that goes around. Plus, the paint that they use around the top of the hole doesn't help any either.
The paint doesn't help?
Well, we blame it on anything we can blame it on. I mean, I've heard that before, so I don't know.
I've heard it before. I didn't believe it. But Larry, let me ask you this. On Friday night, when you finished your second round, were you thinking you still had a chance to win this championship?
Well, I knew I had to shoot a good score. I didn't... realistically, the way I played this year, I didn't figure my chances were real good. I didn't figure my chances were real good when I came up here unless I started putting better. But I knew I had to shoot a good round one of the last two, and I shot a good round the second or third yesterday, and kind of got right back into it. And then, I mean, I played really well on the front side, and when I make the turn, I'm 3 back or something like that. And so I'm just trying to play the golf course, and I feel like that right now, if I play well going in, I still got a chance to win. So,
no question to that, tied for the lead. Larry, I think we have some tape. I'm not exactly sure which hole it's going to be. We know it in a moment. The 9th hole. We're going to go back to the 9th hole. This was your putt for an eagle on 9.
That's supposed to go right. It is. It's supposed to go right. I mean, it looks everything else goes to the right that way. And I hit it right on the left edge of the hole. Just hit it really the right speed, and the ball just stayed right.
That would have been for a 32 in the front.
Yeah, I would have been happy with that.
You look pretty happy with the 33 and with your standing right now. We're saying that would have discouraged a lot of people to shoot 33 on the front and still be 3 strokes behind. Here's your second shot on 14.
Pitching wedge. Yeah. Yeah, I had the perfect distance there. I had 126 yards, and it was a little bit downwind, and there's a little bit of mound right behind the hole, and I figured if I could fly it, pretty close to the hole, that it would grab pretty good. And I was fortunate enough that it did grab back up, and pretty close. I can make that one.
Up to this golf tournament, you have not been putting like Larry Nelson this year. You've done something with your putting stroke. You keep the club head off the ground now, is that right?
Well, not when I'm, my nerves are not that good.
No, I mean you don't ground it.
When I practice, when I'm on the practice green, I'll putt that way. I'll putt with the putter off the ground. I won't sole it on the ground, and it has really smoothed up my stroke, so that now when I put the putter behind the ball, I don't press it down so hard behind the ball, and I don't jerk it back. I'm able just to lightly touch the ground, and it's really helped me. You know, on fast greens, you got to bring it back kind of smooth, don't you, Dave?
I think that's why Nicklaus has always been a good putter. That goes throughout his game, and that's, as I said in the telecast, I hope people at home will watch that because that can help your putting a lot.
Oh, I think it can. I think with, especially on fast greens and greens that you need, that require a lot of feel, I think you need to be able to take the putter back consistently. And I think if you sole it too hard or put too much pressure with the putter down on the ground, that it's very difficult to get the putter back.
Larry, this is the age-old question, but people at home like to know it. If you could give it a little thought, what would it mean to you? Can you put it into words to be the United States Open champion?
I didn't know what you were talking about there for a minute. I don't know. I started to think about it 2 or 3 times, and I just decided, well, it's not going to do me any good to think about it. And Dave probably knows this pretty well, that there's a tendency, or he's done it in tournaments before, where about the 16th hole you start getting your thank you speech prepared, and then by the time you get to the 18th hole, you know, nobody cares where you finish or not. So we try not to think about it at all. I really don't know what it would mean to me. I think winning the PGA meant a lot more to me at the time, or later on, than I thought it was going to mean to me before. So I don't know. Really haven't thought about it, and really am not trying to think about it, and just going to go out and try to par 17. I guess that's 16. I guess that's where
that's the par 3.
Yeah, I'm just going to try to hit it on the last 3 greens, or hit it in the 2 fairways, the last 2 holes, and try to knock it on the green, and maybe make 1 birdie the last 3 holes. But that's as far as I'm really trying to think right now, is the tee shot on 16.
Dave described you while you were playing as a very cool customer. Are you, however, kind of pale under your suntan or not?
I don't know. I enjoy playing golf. I enjoy competing when I'm able to compete. So there's not a lot of pressure on me when I can hit the shots when I want to hit them, like the shot I hit into 15. I hit the 3-iron in there, and hit the 3-iron into 9. I mean, as good as 3-irons. I mean, I haven't been able to hit those in 2 or 3 years. You know? But when you can hit them,
don't believe that, Jim.
Well, when you can hit them, there's not that much pressure, and so right now I'm pretty calm on the inside, and as long as I can keep, talking to myself and not to think about the end result, but think about what I'm trying to do at that time, I think I'll stay that way.
You didn't start playing this game until you were 21 years old. You were a teenager. You played a lot of sports, I know. But didn't you ever think about playing golf? Did it sound attractive at all to you?
We didn't have any golf courses where I grew up. I mean,
pretty hard to play then, Jay.
Yeah, it sure is. I was trying to figure out. I always thought it was kind of a sissy sport. I really did, because there weren't any golf courses around in that area, and our golf team at high school wore pink sweaters and that kind of stuff.
Now you're wearing
it.
Yeah,
I know. I got the red stuff on here, but I found that the game is a lot different now than I thought. It requires a lot more. I mean, some of these guys out here are pretty good physical specimens, and they can. I mean, it physically requires, or it's very demanding physically, and Lord knows how mentally how taxing it is, and so I think it's a great sport now. I wish I could have, or should have, or maybe could have started earlier. I don't know whether that'd be better or worse.
Larry, thanks very much for coming in and talking to it. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you letting me come in. It's kind of nice to be talking to y'all again.
Okay, Larry.
Thanks very much.
Well, thank you.
Oh, good luck to you. Larry Nelson tied for the lead in the United States Open Golf Championship with play suspended at the Oakmont Country Club because of lightning in the area. There's also heavy rain falling, and right now it is so dark outside it might even be difficult to play. However, we have plenty of daylight left. Should this storm pass over, we could, I think, quite easily complete play and get this championship settled today. Certainly hope that will be it. As you look at some of the scores of those who have finished their rounds, as we said, the top 15 are automatically invited to the U.S. Open next year. Top 16 automatically invited to the Masters tournament. So some significant things and some significant money all the way down the line. The total prize money this year, $500,000, $500,000, $72,000 to the winner. We'll return to Oakmont. Back again at the rain-delayed United States Open Golf Championship at the Oakmont Country Club outside Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is Jim McKay, and I'm in the boardroom of the Oakmont Country Club with Dave Marr, and right at this moment with Hal Sutton, who has given such a fine account of himself in this championship, the former U.S. amateur champion, one of the most promising players on the professional tour, and right up there on the money list. You finished 18, didn't you, before you came in?
Yeah, Andy and I elected to play in because we could tell that the rain was on its way. It was raining already, and I was in the bunker on the 18th hole, and they fill up with water pretty easily, so I said, let's play it out, Andy.
You saw the water-filled bunkers on Friday out there.
I sure did, and they're deep enough without having to get in there with the water, so.
So you finished at even par for today, 3 over for the championship. Congratulations on a really fine U.S. Open, Hal.
Well, thank you. I played fairly well this week. I didn't hit it very straight. I was in that rough quite often and made a lot of bogeys on the account of it.
You mentioned, Dave. Go ahead.
Well, I just think that it's outstanding what you did, Hal. You're having a great year, but you started the first day and you made a 7 at the first hole. Well, it's 3 over par right away, and for a lot of people, they just say, look, I don't even want to go across the turnpike. I'll play 9 and go back, catch a plane and go home to Shreveport. What'd you do to yourself, or what happened there at the first hole?
Well, you know, Dave, 2 years ago in Marion, I was playing with Jack Nicklaus and Hale Irwin in the first round, and made 7 at the first hole and found myself 8 over after the first 7 holes. And after I made 7 this week, I said, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to suck it up and do the very best that I can. And I made 3 birdies right after that, so brought it back some.
That's bringing it back a lot.
Very, very well done. Congratulations again to you. Do you know somebody moved in behind you, Dave?
Oh, yes. There he is, the splendid Spaniard, right?
Yeah.
Seve. Today, it looked like every time you had an opportunity to make a move, you just did the same thing Tom did. Whenever he'd make a mistake, you kind of made one.
Yeah, you know, I think so far everything is being wrong for me. I think the tough break was number 7 when I missed a 4-foot putt for par, and then, you know, I missed my drive on the 9th and didn't have the chance to make birdie, and then I hit a good second shot on the 10th, but the ball rolls into the French, and then just make a very poor chip and poor putt 2, another bogey, and then 3 putts the 12. Everything is going against me.
Well, it looks that way watching it, too. You know, I keep thinking, well, Tom has made a mistake. Now, Seve's going to jump in there, and doggone if your ball wouldn't run over the green or whatever. But what I'm proud about what you've done this week is not only show people here that you can play a U.S. Open golf course, you got a game plan, and you stuck to it by using your irons off the most of the tees, with the exception of the par 5s. When did you think of that?
Well, when I arrived here on Monday, I have a practice round, and I decided the only way to play this golf course is by using an iron, and I've been doing that the whole week. So far, the first round was very, very nice and smooth, but today, so far, it didn't work very good. But it's five more holes to play, and we'll see what happens.
Well, you never can tell, right?
Yes, that's right. I will try very hard and do my best.
Well, you've had a great year, and you got a lot of great years ahead of you. Thank you. Jim?
Seve Ballesteros, one of the new great names of the sport of golf. We'll be hearing about him and talking to him, we hope, for many, many years to come. And Hal Sutton, sitting right here with us, could very well be going mano a mano with Seve in some of these major championships, right? You wouldn't mind that?
Well, no, I wouldn't. Seve's a great player, and to walk side by side with him would be a great thrill for me.
You won the United States Amateur Championship. You came out on tour. You won more money than any rookie in history. You're right up there on the money list again this year. Do you have specific goals set for yourself, Hal?
Yeah, I really did this year. I set winning a major as one of my goals, and then finishing in the top 5 on the money list. And I'm getting a little bit closer to the top. I played with Seve the first round in the Masters and finished about 17th, or maybe even worse than that. I don't remember, but looks like maybe 5th or 6th this week. So I'm getting closer anyway.
Seve, do you feel better now that you have played extremely well in a U.S. Open? Was it bothering you that you had not played well in the U.S. Open before?
Well, at the beginning, yes. I really I didn't never do any good, and finally this year I was going very well until what happened today, and I think that put my confidence back, and I hope in the near future I play a little better, and who knows, maybe one year I won.
I think most probably you will. What about Royal Birkdale? That's the next effort, and the British Open.
Yeah, it's a good course. I have a great memories from 1976 when I finished second tie with Jack Nicklaus, and I have good memories. I think it's one of the best courses in England.
I can't tell you how your English has improved in about a year and a half. Son of a gun, when you first came over here, it was very limited.
It's more than my golf.
Yeah.
Probably.
No. Seve, in this English that you speak so well now, can you tell me what it would mean to you to win the U.S. Open?
Well, it will mean a lot because I think this is one of the best 4 tournaments in the world, no question about that. And you know, I win the Masters 2 times, I win the British Open, and what I wish is to complete the Grand Slam 1 year, and I mean, not 1 year, just you know, in several years. That's right.
Yeah.
And I hope 1 year everything's going right for me.
Very well said.
Also, the PGA is going to be played at Riviera in August. Will you be back for that? And have you played Riviera Country Club in Los Angeles?
Sure, I play Riviera, just the front 9, and I think it's a great course. I hear many good things about this course, and I will be there for sure.
Hal Sutton, how would you describe the game of this remarkable young man from across the ocean?
Well, I tell you, this week he showed me something I've never seen before. He can take a 1-iron, and I've never seen a 1-iron hit as high as he hits it. If I hit a 1-iron like that, I'd play this whole golf course with a 1-iron too. But I have to hit woods because I can't hit it quite as far. But he's got a complete game. He chips it great, he putts it great, he hits his iron super, and he's mighty long. So he's got a game that he can play with, I guarantee you that.
Well, the thing that many Americans, I think, remembered about you the most up until this week, Seve, was making 3 from the parking lot in the British Open that year, from the car park. And from that, I think, sprang a bit of a reputation that you were wild off the tee and therefore, of course, couldn't play U.S. Open courses. That has now been laid to rest, and we're all glad that you did it this week.
Well, just the eagle he made last week to win the tournament at Westchester. I mean, there's the opportunity. So our best players are coming down the stretch on the par 5. And this man hit a driver and a 3-iron about 12 or 15 feet short of the hole, and the rough was high at Westchester, if I remember.
Yeah, it was very high. Not as high as this week, but very close.
It was enough to get your attention, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
We have some tape now. You want to take a quick look at that, Seve? On the 4th hole. We're going back to the 4th hole with your birdie putt.
Yeah, that was a very difficult putt, really downhill and break slightly left to right, and I hit it just the way I won, and at the very end, almost missed. Just almost slip out.
Go in!
Wow.
Well, that was a big putt at that time, too, because Tom was so close. When you both were hitting your 3rd shots there, you were both in the rough, and I thought, well, they're going to make 1-5 and 1-6 here. That shows you how much I know about the game. And you pitch it up there close, hit a good shot up close, and Watson knocked it about 5 feet. Those were 2 great shots there.
Yeah, I think I have better lie than Watson, I think, because I have full sand wedge. It's more easy to stop the ball from 95 yards. He has maybe 35 yards, which makes more difficult to put a nice high and soft shot. But I was surprised. He really make a great chip.
You saw a lot of good shots out there on the front 9. What do you think he's done on the back 9 that's a little different? Because after the first hole where he hooked it to the left, then he ran off 9 very good holes, and then at 10 he's sort of wobbling a little bit.
Well, Tom he just missed the fairway on the 10th a little bit to the right, and then he made good 5. Yes. He made good up and down for 5, and then he was putting for birdie on the 11, and then on the 12th, I think he pulled his tee shot to the left a little bit, and then he chipped out into the fairway, and he hits to the left in the bunker, no, short, and then he made a great chip and missed 4-footer for par. That was very difficult green.
Seve, it must have been very difficult for you when you first came over here, didn't speak much English. It was a very strange country to you. Now you've been over here for a while. You can sit and have a conversation with us. Are you a lot more comfortable in the United States?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, the more I come over to this country, the more I play here, really, I feel more comfortable, and I enjoy very much United States, and enjoy playing these great golf courses, these great tournaments, and I enjoy the competition with these great champions you have over here.
Thank you, Seve, very much for taking the time to come in here while you're still battling for that U.S. Open championship. We have some highlights of some of the play today. Don't know exactly what we're going to see yet, but we'll talk you through it. play suspended, as it tells you on your monitor, and here is the leaderboard with Tom Watson and Larry Nelson still tied for the lead. Remember, play has not been canceled for the day. It has been suspended. They are still hoping, and hoping strongly, to be able to complete the championship today. Watson and Nelson tied for the lead, 3 strokes ahead of Dr. Bill Morgan. There is the live situation out there. Now, this is Watson putting for a birdie on the second hole. He had made a tough putt for a par on the first. Here was the birdie. It was a good combination for him to start with. Real confidence builders, both holes.
Plus the iron swing there was so much better than the first hole, Jim. Now here he's hit another shot at the third hole, right on land, but just not quite enough club. And in typical Watson fashion.
So that was 2 in a row.
Golf can be fun.
Golf can be. 2 birdies in a row for Tom Watson at this point. And the confidence was really flowing.
Yeah.
Now here was that great shot on the fourth hole.
This is such a good shot. I think these shots are the hardest that you can have to play because they require the skill to do it, the feel, and the nerve. And he made that one for a birdie. So 3 straight birdies. Did something I didn't think could be done. Start out at this golf course and make a lot of birdies.
Now this was his birdie putt on the 5th hole. Trickling down and just breaking off a bit too much. So the birdie string had been broken after 3 in a row. Now a birdie putt on the 6th hole.
This is another marvelous shot. He hit just past the hole. Looked like it had a chance to go in. It's a par 3, and it's 2.
A deuce that put him 5 under. And the smile was getting broader. He did, however, bogey the 7th hole. Moved on to the 8th.
And Jim, this is where great players really come to the front as far as I'm concerned. He's just made a bogey. He's got a wood to this par 3, this great long par 3, number 8. And look at this shot.
Yep. This was the kind of golf that Tom Watson played on the front 9 today. He is sitting in another part of this clubhouse now, quietly waiting for a resumption of play. This, the birdie putt. And there it was again.
That is 5 birdies on 8 holes. I could play here for months and not make 5 birdies on first 8 holes.
Well, you're watching in summary one of the most remarkable front 9s ever played in the U.S. Open, really. One of the 3 or 4 best.
Now, at this point, Tom is 2. This is 9th hole, 480-yard par 5. And, of course, this is a shot maybe he's really famous for. Big chip out of the rough there. Another delicate, very nicely played shot.
You have to try to play out of that stuff to really know how bad it is. When I say one of the most 3 or 4 most memorable, there have been, as Frank Hannigan pointed out, 30 shot, but they were by people out of contention. More memorable rounds of people in contention and on their way possibly to winning the championship. This goes along with Johnny Miller's front 9 here
Palmer.
10 years ago. Arnold Palmer at Cherry Hills when he charged from 7 shots off to win the U.S. Open.
Those things are magic to me because the golf course all week, and the members rightly should be proud of it. Look at the rain out there now. Ooh. I mean, it's looks like it's about 9 o'clock at night and doesn't seemingly show any sign of letting up, Jim.
Well, it's still only 10 after 6. We should have daylight if daylight returns until about 8:30 or 8:45 Eastern Daylight Time. What about the condition of the course, though, Dave?
Well, I don't know what it's going to be, obviously. The bunkers the other day did get a little water in them, and that would take a little while to get the greens dry first. I mean, even if the rain stops right now, you've got to go out and try to get the course prepared so that it's as fair for one competitor as it is another, whether you squeegee the greens or try to get some of the water out of the bunkers. And now, if you don't, you're going to have maybe some curious rulings in case you do get into the water in a bunker. What is the rule? I mean, if we get to that, we'll have Frank Hannigan to give us a little help. I think I know the rule, but I'm not quite sure.
One thing that might help the speed of getting things back underway again is the fact they don't have to worry about the first 12 holes.
Well, that's a plus.
Yeah, yeah.
Or first 13 even.
First 13, that's right. Yeah, they're playing on 14 now. Well, everybody is indoors, even Bill Campbell, president of the USGA, who will be making some decisions here very shortly. The only decision we can make is to stay here. Once again, the philosophy we try to operate under is if you start something, you must finish it, and we'll finish it if they do today. Watson again now on the 12th hole.
This is another great pitch. I mean, look how fast this is going down the hill. And once it gets to the other side, you see Ballesteros on the low side of the hole there. This ball is just barely turning, Jim.
He had been in trouble in this hole. You saw that stare and concentrated look as he just watched it trickle, trickle, trickle down towards the hole. Tom Watson looking for his second U.S. Open championship in a row. You remember now, up until last year, people wondered whether he could ever win one. He had had the bad time at Winged Foot back in the early 70s and then at Medina. Dr. Gil Morgan. Long putt for a birdie on the 12th hole.
Want to know how fast this green is?
Watch this one.
You could go out and got the cocktail and come back like the ball that is all.
Oh, boy. But, you know, the smiles and the sunshine at this moment have disappeared from the U.S. Open with the rain falling. Now we have Gil again. Gil Morgan at the 16th hole, a par 3.
Now, this is just about the time we had to stop, Jim.
That's right. Yeah, he elected to play out, I believe, just after the siren went off. And was glad that he did.
Oh, yes. I feel, as you can see, how much water the greens have taken on already. I feel that Larry made the right decision by putting out at 15. As I said, he knew exactly what the speed was, and that was the time to put it and worry about whatever he's going to do at 16.
Here are all the scores of players in alphabetical order as we go down, starting with B for Ballesteros, or Ballesteros if you prefer the Spanish pronunciation. The A means amateur. That means that Brad Faxon out of Furman University is the low amateur in this year's United States Open Championship. He will receive a medal, and that is an honor to keep for a lifetime.
Absolutely, and he's a real nice young man, too. I don't know what he's going to do with his golf in the future or whatever, but he's really a nice young man, a good player.
Other scores still. Stephen Keith there played well. Scott Hook, former champion Hale Irwin. Peter Jacobson. Lon Hinkle was certainly not even. No, that's a mistake in the computer deal there. The other scores, I do believe, are correct. Ralph Landrum at 7 overs had a great championship, the Club Pro from a place called World of Golf in Florence, Kentucky.
That's terrific.
He won a couple of tournaments on the Space Coast Mini Tour, but it is his third U.S. Open. And he's played in the Masters before, and he will play in the Masters again. I believe he was, I'm sure he was in the top 15.
Right.
Jack Nicklaus ended at 16 over for this championship. Young Mike Nicolette did well from Mount Pleasant, PA, playing in home territory. Greg Norman had some horrendous holes that ruined his chances. Andy North, a former champion. There you see Cal Peath.
Gary Player.
Yep.
All right, Joey Rassett. There you go. Scott Simpson, who's been playing well lately. Al Sutton, man we just talked to. Bobby Watkins, Lanny Watkins, the brothers. D.A. Weibring had a great round today, 69. Tom Weiskopf we just talked to. Another okay Open for him.
All right. So we've given you the complete standings in the golf championship. Again, there is a rain delay. There is not going to start certainly anytime in the near future, but they are definitely hoping to do it again. So we're going to go away. We're going to go to Sam Donaldson at ABC News in Washington. When anything happens here, we'll be back. Well, nothing has really changed since we left Oakmont, Pennsylvania. It is still raining outside. There's still lightning and thunder in the area. It is quite dark, but should daylight return, there is still time to finish the final round of this year's U.S. Open. Play suspended, as you see right there. Tied for the lead are Tom Watson. Well, first of all, take a look at that water. It's going to take a little bit of while to get that off the greens, and they'll have to pump it out of the bunkers. Tom Watson and Larry Nelson tied for the lead, and right now they're sitting in the other room just waiting. Gil Morgan, well, you're going to meet him in a minute, and he has moved to within 3 shots of the lead with a birdie on the 16th hole. Then Ballesteros, Pete Hal Sutton, and Lanny Watkins. So that's the way they stand, and the way the course stands is soaking wet. Have another look at that. The bleachers just about empty, but a couple of lonely souls there. I'm Jim McKay in the director's room of the Oakmont Country Club, which is the headquarters of the USGA this week. Dave Marr here, and what's the agenda? What's the scenario?
Well, the agenda of the USGA is meeting right now to decide what to do. They're obviously going to wait as long as they can before they would do something about tomorrow. Now, what they may decide to do, Jim, I don't know, but there's certainly a lot of possibilities that they have. Do they come back out? Do you start again? What if there's a tie? When do they have the playoff? I mean, I wish, you know, by some miracle it could clear up so that really Sunday, the final day, get the tournament over with, and for everybody, whether it's your volunteers or whatever that all work here. I mean, it's sort of anticlimactic to me to have to come back on a Monday, really.
Here's someone I'm sure would just as soon finish it today, Dr. Gil Morgan, whose play today has been little short of sensational. Well done, Gil.
Well, thank you very much, Jim. It's been tough out there, and obviously all the players would like to finish today. We hate to end it on a on a note like this with the rain and everything, but you have to do what you have to do, I guess, in a situation like that. I've got a couple holes to play myself, and hopefully I can make a birdie or two and maybe give them a threat coming down the last 2 holes.
You make a birdie or two and get that score on the board, I guarantee you they'll be watching Dr. Gil Morgan.
That would be interesting, Dave. Thanks.
We're going to have a look at one of your shots in a moment. Got some videotape coming up, and we'll see which one it is. What is this now? Maybe you know. Oh, 12 green.
This is I want you to tell me about this putt, Gil.
This putt, well, it was about a 25-footer, I guess, 25-footer, and I watched Ray Floyd putt, and he just eked it down there, and it went about 6 feet by it or so. So I just tried to nudge it up the hill and let it roll down there. And I didn't ever think it was ever going to get to the hole. It just kept turning over, and finally, at the last second, it looked like it just dropped in the hole.
Well, about how much break did you play there?
I played about, maybe 8 feet.
You still made it. We didn't
still went in.
He scared you for a minute, right?
I thought, well, maybe it stopped.
Also sitting here with us is one of the great all-time players of the game of golf and one of the fine international sportsmen, Gary Player. We'll talk to him in a moment, but here we have your putt on 16 on the par 3 hole just as play was suspended.
Yeah. Well, this putt was about 25 feet also, and it was about 3 feet of break left to right. I didn't think... It looks like when the putt was about 3 feet away, it looked like it had a good chance to go in, and it had good speed and went down the middle.
Well, it sure did, straight down the middle. Well, now over on the other side of Dave is Gary Player, who's completed his round for today. Gary, what would you have to say about the way this fellow's playing, particularly those putts on these greens?
Well, I think those 2 putts that Gil Holder there were fantastic. Right speed, and to judge the amount of break was unbelievable. But I think, Jim, one of the really remarkable things about today is that Larry Nelson, and I'm sure Dave will agree with me, went out yesterday and shot 65. Now, my thinking was that he wouldn't do well today because he really did so well yesterday, and he's come back today and played extremely well again, and my hat goes off to that man. He was very unfortunate at 15. He had a great second shot in there. I had that putt today myself, and the ball broke left, and his went straight through. So he was a little unfortunate there, but sitting there and watching the golf today, it really has been very exciting.
Certainly has, and while you were talking, Gary, I just got the bad news. Play has been canceled, Dr. Morgan, for today. We're going to have to come back tomorrow. We do not know what the exact circumstances are yet, but, well, there's the reason play has been canceled. It would just take too long to clear those greens off, but it really wouldn't be the kind of circumstances you want to finish the U.S. Open under, I suppose, would it, Gil?
No, I don't think so. You know, there's no way with the amount of water on the greens and in the bunkers and everything. It doesn't look like you could finish it all today.
This charge of yours came very late in the week here in this U.S. Open. Could you tell us the answer to the age-old question? What would it mean to you to win this championship?
Gosh, you know, I guess you can't explain how much it could mean to a person in their career, especially at my point in time to win the U.S. Open. I've won a few tournaments in my career, but I think a win here would, you know, just be the icing on the cake as far as my career is started right now. You know, I feel like I've been out here long enough that I have a chance to win a major championship one of these days, hopefully, and maybe if I get lucky here or something down the stretch, I would still have a chance this year here at the Open. So I don't know. It's always a situation where, you know, your career means a lot more with major championship wins.
No question of that. Gil Morgan.
Jim, let's ask a man that's won it what it meant to him, all right?
Yeah.
Well, Dave, it does mean an awful lot in one's career because of the endorsements and the invitations to play internationally with guarantees. And I think if Gil had to win it, there's no telling what it would do for his career. But you and I were saying a few minutes ago that a lot of people were saying how unfair the course was, etc. And yet Tom Watson went out there today and shot 31 with a bogey, and Larry Nelson followed him, being out in 33. So if you play the golf, you can do the scores.
No question of that. Gary, how long does the globe-trotting go on? You've been at it for a long, long time now.
Jim, you know, that's a hard thing to say. Dave and I were talking a little while ago. He says he's going back to work and get on that practice tee for the seniors.
That's
so I'm going to be there as well.
There's always a new goal, right?
Just hold off a few years, will you? Let me get some of that.
We're going to take a look at some of the highlights of Tom Watson's round. That'll be a treat for us. And here we go with Tom. This is at the second, I assume. Yep. That's what it is. That was his first birdie of the day. And that put him 2 under for the championship. And as we look at that, Tom Watson has moved in with us. So perhaps he'd like to describe it for us, Tom.
Well, number 2 was a good good hole after making about 10-footer for par 1.
Yeah.
I make a birdie at 2, and then I made about a 30-footer at 3 right here to really get me going very, very well. I felt very comfortable over the ball today, and this is the best shot I've hit all day right here.
That's what we said at the time.
It was in the short rough. I didn't have any room to work with. I knocked it up about 4 or 5 feet from the hole. I made a good putt there for birdie, and it was just a string of good shots. This is number 5. I hit a 7-iron in for my second shot at 5. Hit it above the hole. It's a very, very fast putt. I'm thinking back in 1969 when I played as an amateur, I had this putt. I think I rolled it about 15 feet by the hole. So I was just trying to lag it down there and still went by the hole about 3 feet, and I had to make about a 3-footer coming back. And number 5, it looked like the darn thing was going to go in the hole. Number 6 at par 3. I hit a 5-iron. The ball hit just the right of the hole and worked itself right into the hole, and I made a very good putt here for birdie. Don't think you'll probably show number 7. I'm glad you didn't, because I made a bogey there. I put it in the right rough, but I had a good lie, and I just knocked it over the green. I made just in the bunker. I didn't have a very difficult bunker shot, but I blasted out about 10 feet. This is number 8, and I hit a 4-wood. The wind was blowing left to right, and I had to draw it in there. And I hit it. I really liked the shot. I drew it about 10 or 15 yards right at the hole, and ended up about 6 feet away from the hole. Anytime you can get away with any of these par 3s with a birdie, 2, you've really played a golf shot, or you've made a heck of a putt.
Tom, what I think was great about the shot you hit at 8 was after the bogey at 7. When you hit a reasonably good second shot in there and then you get up and do that, make your birdie after hitting that 4-wood, that's when you win tournaments, man.
Well, like I said earlier this week, and it's still true, I know I'm going to make some mistakes out there. I've already made a couple of mistakes to go back to even with Larry. Larry's playing very well. I put the ball in the rough a couple times, and I was dead. It was cold turkey. A couple of lies that I had in the rough. The one on number 10, and I was really fortunate to come out with a bogey at number 10. And number 12, I made a real good chip at number 12 after 3 mediocre shots, one from a bad lie. And I ended up just misreading the putt at 12 for a bogey.
Here's that chip you were just talking about.
Well, when I hit this chip, my caddy Bruce Edwards said, "Oh my Lord, hurry!" That I played this chip shot before, and all you had to do is just start rolling down the hill. And I don't know how long it took to get there. It felt like it took a minute to get to the hole. It's that fast. I knocked it down there, and that was a real key putt that I missed right there. It was a putt that I didn't read particularly well. I put it about 2 inches outside the hole and hit it real easy. I guess maybe after watching Seve knocked his putt by about, he knocked it by about 15 feet. It looked like a very good putt. He almost made it. And the greens are very slick, and they're going to continue to be slick even with the rain.
Well, I'm surprised your ball stopped there at 12, actually, where it did. And when Seve hit his third shot on the green, I told Jim, I said, he can't get the ball within 10 feet of the hole here. I mean, it'd be a miracle if he got down in 2. You'd have to make a long putt.
Well, the 3 toughest greens in the golf course are 1, 10, and 12, I think. You just can't pitch those greens. You might hit a perfect pitch and might end up short of the hole. You don't want to be short of the hole. If you get the ball moving at all past the hole, it's gone. It's gone off the green. And that's just that's one of the difficulties of Oakmont.
You know, that front 9 of yours, Tom, we were saying, will go down with the great front 9s in U.S. Open history, with Arnold's round, the front 9 at Cherry Hills that time, with Johnny Miller here 10 years ago. It was just a marvelous display of golf.
Well, I felt very good hitting the ball in the front 9. It's just a matter of whether I can do it in the last 4.5 holes tomorrow morning. It looks like we'll probably be playing tomorrow morning, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's it. It's definitely canceled, isn't it?
Definitely canceled?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, that's typical of the year. I mean, it's been like this every tournament this year.
Tom, now, how will this affect this championship? You said yesterday an interesting thing. You said that the U.S. Open always puts some fire into you, puts fear into a lot of people, puts fire into
well,
the
it puts
great
fire
players.
and fear in you.
Yeah.
You want to play. You want to play well, but you really, on this golf course, you have to go with a game plan. You really can't do many different things in the golf course. You have to hit good shots in the par threes. That's essential. You have to hit the ball in the fairway. But the par threes, I think, are where you really lose the tournament here. And that's I've played the par threes well. I believe I made one bogey in the par threes, but I've made 3 or 4 birdies in the par threes this week, and that's been the key to my success, I think, this week. It's kind of an anticlimax now. We really were coming down to the stretch, and there was a lot of tenseness, and the stage had been set. And tomorrow it still will be there, but it won't be exactly the same. Unfortunately, I'd like to be in having the same feeling that I have right now playing tomorrow, but I guess we'll probably start around 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Apparently they haven't determined it yet.
I guess they haven't, but it's difficult. It's just difficult to maintain the same feeling. Obviously, I'll be nervous tonight. I've been in this position before, and it certainly helps to have won the tournament before.
Man over here has crept to within 3 strokes of you, so he's still got a couple left to play. What do you do tonight?
Well, it'll be about the same thing for me. I'll just go home and try to figure out a way to make a couple birdies coming in. Hope that I can do that. Looks like they're so far out in front right now, but it's just going to be thinking about those 2 holes to play tomorrow and see if I can figure out a way to get it in the hole fast.
Okay, well, it really ought to be something. Anticlimax or no anticlimax, it is the United States Open Golf Championship. And in the record books, we'll talk about that. Let's take a look at that rain, and here's a very quick look you had at the leaderboard. But it can dry out overnight, but obviously, Tom, there was no way they're going to be able to make this course truly playable tonight.
Well, the weather is just simply, there's a lot of storms coming in. It's getting dark. We have at least an hour to play, and really, there's no way we could go out there and play. It's hard to outrun those lightning bolts.
Boy, you bet it is. These two will fight for the U.S. Open Golf Championship on a dank Monday in Oakmont, Pennsylvania. Tom Watson of Kansas City, the defending champion, is in a tie for the lead with Larry Nelson of Georgia. Why are they here on a Monday morning? Well, because of this. Late yesterday afternoon, torrential rains, lightning, and thunder suspended play in the Open Championship with the leaders still on the course. They've been brought back to the course to resume play and to finally determine the U.S. Open champion of 1983. Hello, I'm Jim McKay reporting from our ABC commentary position behind the 18th green. What we're going to try to do is finish what we started here, it seems, a long time ago. Final round of the U.S. Open. As I speak to you, it's just before 10 o'clock in the morning. They're going to try to finish this morning. Should there be a playoff then, they could get it in this afternoon if it doesn't rain. Let's bring in our expert on the sport, Dave Marr. Despite the worst ravages of nature, the course here at Oakmont continues to resist, doesn't it?
Oh, it sure does, Jim. And when we left it yesterday, it was really a mess. I talked to Paul Latshaw, the green superintendent, and his crew has been here since 4:30 this morning preparing the golf course. Now, the rough is going to be a lot worse than it was when we left it yesterday simply because of the wet weather. The greens, on the other hand, will hold better, and Paul told me with the stent meter, they measure 11 feet, which is the indicator of how fast they are. And, Jim, that is really slick. So the greens haven't lost any of their treacherous speed.
Not at all. Jack Whitaker will be with us again today. What about the individuals? How do you see it, Jack?
Well, you know, there's an old adage that the first fellow in a situation like this that completes his round and posts his score has a slight advantage. And I expect Larry might be in that position since he's playing ahead of Tom. Quite simply, he has less holes to get in trouble. But if you're a positive thinker, you would say yes, and he has less chance to make birdie, too.
No question about that. Let's see where they are on the golf course right now. Gil Morgan and Ray Floyd on 17, Pete and Nelson on 16, Watson and Ballesteros on the 14th green. As you can see, Ed Snead is with the Pete Nelson group, Bob Rosberg with the Watson Ballesteros group. Let's go to play. Well, that was the siren. We heard it yesterday to suspend play, and now it makes play resume. Nelson on the left on the 16th tee. Watson on the 14th green. He lies 2 on the par 4 hole. Looks like Larry's going to hit before Tom putts. 16th, 228-yard par 3. There it is. Dark, overcast skies, a dank atmosphere. But
Same
sort of
conditions as yesterday, seemingly. And Jim, if Larry should knock this on the green, I would think he has the advantage here because he has hit one of the toughest par 3s. Tom still has to putt at 14 and has that tough 15th hole to play.
Going with the wood.
He's very good left to right player. Probably a 3 or 4 wood, and this with the pin in the right side of the green. Good kind of shot for him to have. Good swing.
There it is.
He's on the green.
On the putting surface. Right, Ed. What was the mood out there, Ed, before they began?
Well, Larry seemed pretty loose, amazingly so for being in this situation. I thought he was in a very good frame of mind.
Ed, what is your feeling about what I said there, that Larry would have the advantage? We're back at 14 now, but just an opinion there.
Well, you're right. I think he has put it on the green. He's got a long, tough putt, but at least he's averted disaster at this point.
Okay, now Tom Watson, the defending champion in the U.S. Open. Tied for the lead. Putting for a birdie, but that's some putt for a birdie. As Dave mentioned at the top, remember, despite the torrential rains, the greens are still reading just about as fast as yesterday.
What putt do you think he went out and practiced this morning?
Good point.
He didn't practice many 6-footers, I don't think.
No.
Watch how fast this is still. That's ooh, what a good putt.
And yet, look at that. Well, reasonable, but they do keep trickling by.
I think that's just fine. You have all night to think about that. I mean, the gremlins that must run through your mind while you're tossing and turning about what am I going to do with that first putt.
Counting stimp meters as he went to sleep, no doubt. It's just a different kind of tension, isn't it? It's utterly different than the Sunday finish of a tournament with the sun shining and a great crowd cheering.
No, it'd be very hard to get the same rhythm and the same feeling that they had on Sunday afternoon.
Well, he's all right.
That's
I would think that was very difficult to do, to start out putting.
You don't usually start out putting.
Right, you know. But Tom Watson remains co-leader at 4 under for the championship. Larry Nelson, remember, is on the 16th green.
We're back at Oakmont as we try and wrap up this 1983 United States Open. Here is the 15th, one of the more difficult holes on a very difficult golf course, a long par 4. Tom Watson.
Yeah. Stay right, Paul. Get down. Yeah.
Bob Rosberg, can you pick it up?
It is 280 yards exactly on the fly, and the ball never moved when it hit the fairway.
Fairways are
not too bad a drive for the first one.
No roll today,
No, this ball just almost plugged.
Larry Nelson at the 16th, par 3. Long putt, Ed, about what?
Jack, he must have 60 feet to the hole. It doesn't have tremendous break to it. It should break a little bit to his right, but he's got at least 60 feet.
Just get me down in 2, Oh, my, look at this putt. Ladies and gentlemen, you've got to be kidding me. Oh, my goodness. Right in the heart. How many 60-footers do you see being made on the last day? There's the new leader, 5 under par, Larry Nelson. Let's take another look. Oh, my. And that little run and grin reminiscent of Watson last year when he chipped in at 17. Look at it.
I don't blame him either. I mean, your first putt of the day and you drain it from 60 feet.
Oh.
Yeah, there's a man that doesn't usually show much emotion either.
The exultation of Larry Nelson.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's,
my. So there's the leaderboard with the new look. Larry Nelson, for the first time, has taken the lead in this championship. And I'm sure Watson heard the roar.
Oh, yes.
Oh, my, what dramatics here. A 60-foot birdie putt at 16 for Larry Nelson as we go back out there to the 15th. Bob Rosberg, did you see any reaction on Tom Watson when that roar went up?
Well, Tommy just came up and asked me what it was. And I hated to even tell him, but
Yes,
it was a sort of a grim look when he found out what happened. Yeah, he just said, well, that's the way it goes, but, you know, it's got to be an awful jolt to somebody to have that happen after he hit such a great drive.
Now, will this make him be a little more bold, do you think?
Well, I think he's going to be bold anyway. I don't think he's looking for a tie. I think he's, of course, now he is, but I don't think he was when we started.
Ballesteros. Safely on. It's a tremendously large green. It's about as big as an ice hockey rink. I guess the pin there looks to be about the center third, huh?
Yes, Tom's about 185. I would think a 5-iron, a good strong 5-iron. Going right.
Go.
It's over with Seve's ball.
So safely on the green at 15, Tom Watson, who now trails Larry Nelson as we watch Gil Morgan now for this birdie attempt at 17.
One time, come on. And with that, Jack, I think a realistic chance of winning unless the wheels would just absolutely fall off of Larry or Tom.
Good try, though. Nice.
Oh, yes.
Bold putt there. So Larry Nelson here with early Monday morning dramatics. A 60-foot birdie putt on 16th hole has taken the lead over Tom Watson by 1.
Hole number 17, 322 yards, par 4. It's a dogleg left, uphill at one time in history. Some people could drive this green, but they kind of prevented that now, haven't they, Dave?
They changed the tee and put it back in that slot. You see the old tee just to the left of that in the left part of your screen. So it does take that away, and a lot of players use an iron off of here because the farther you drive it from this angle, the more the fairway dogleg. So we'll see whether Larry goes with it. Yes, he's got an iron. In other words, the farther you drive, the more you bring the rough into play, and it's a long iron and then a short iron into the green.
Larry Nelson now leading the U.S. Open. He had rounds of 75 and 73. He was 7 shots off the lead after 2 rounds. He only made the cut by 3 shots.
Tom has his work cut out for him.
He does, however, after this have 3 more holes to play, and at this point he must think of them as opportunities for a birdie because he's a stroke behind.
Well, that was great when he hit the fairway at 15. I mean, I hate to say, you know, it's great to hit the fairway, but doggone it, tough driving holes here, and you know that if you knock it in the rough, your chances of making par are slim indeed. Now, these are the things he's so good at, though. He makes a lot of long putts. That's going fairly fast, it looks like.
That one left for the par. to stay one shot behind the remarkable Larry Nelson. Unless Larry meets some sort of disaster in the last 2 holes, he is going to establish a new record for score on the final 2 rounds of a U.S. Open.
I'm sure he doesn't even know that.
Or care.
Ed, about what club would he have there, do you feel?
Well, he's got about 155 to the hole. I would have to say he's probably going with a 7-iron. I don't know if he mishit his tee shot or laid back a little farther intentionally, but he had quite a long shot. It's safely on the green.
Yep. Going back on him, though. Now Watson must make. And does.
Man, that's a good touch.
Time after time. You would think that would erode the nerves after a while.
Eventually it will. As Old Man River grabs you.
Yes. A philosophical Dave Marr on a dank Monday morning in Oakmont, Pennsylvania. Cal Pete. Oh, what a lovely shot.
How many times has that man just put it right by the flag during this week?
Sure has. Mr. Straight of the game of golf. Ballesteros made a bogey. So that puts Seve to 2 over for the championship, 3 over for today. So it's still Larry Nelson by a single stroke over Tom Watson. They're going to battle it out to the final hole.
The 16th hole, where Larry Nelson took the lead in this tournament, is now Tom Watson's turn. 228 yards, par 3, and an iron.
Well, he's a little stronger than Larry Jack, and but he's got to get all over that iron.
Oh, did
How about that shot?
Oh, let's take a look at it, Dave.
Oh, he's just got such a beautiful setup here, and he's swinging so well. Now, the great thing about Tom, good full turn. Look at the shoulders, and look at the left knee pointed behind the ball. Now, as he starts down, you just watch that weight get back, and pay particular attention to his right heel and his right foot. It may even drag a little here with a lateral move. See that? And just through the ball. You talk about strong. When I said he had to get all over it, I don't know if he could hit that an inch farther.
This is Gil Morgan now at the 18th fairway for his second shot.
Thing to do here, Jack, take enough club.
It's heavy air today, and that looks enough. How do you do? That's the nicest shot as I've seen come in 18 all week. All right, now we have a long putt at 17 by the leader. Look at this. Had it right on line again.
That's very good. You don't want to get too cute there. And
Cal Pete, remember, a lovely second shot up here at 17. Now this putt for the bird. It's happened to him quite a bit, hasn't it, this week?
it sure has. And with a lot of seemingly good-looking putts where they just go by the edge. If he ever learns to to make those, Jack, he may run everyone else off the tour.
And he remains tied with Ballesteros now, fourth place. You know, Larry and Tom are exactly the same height and weight, and yet one is stronger than the other.
Tom looks like a little Popeye. His arms are much bigger.
Yeah.
It's
they're both 5'9", weigh about 160 pounds. Here's Larry now for the par at 17. Yes. And off to the 72nd hole for Larry Nelson. As down at the 18, the applause for Ray Floyd and Gil Morgan. Ballesteros. What's going, Rossi, what's any problem?
I'm not over there.
All right.
Jack. I think Sevy's just trying to get out of the way, you know.
Yeah, it's a very tough morning for him, isn't it?
Very, very difficult, and like you said, very difficult for Ray Floyd. And you know, it's Sevy just saw it go away yesterday, and I'm sure he just doesn't want to bother Tom, and he just wants to let him play.
Here's a graphic of our 18th hole here. Terrific looking hole at Oakmont. 456 yards downhill and trapped magnificently.
And as I said earlier, Jack, it's been the hardest fairway to hit. Made a little easier today because of the softness. The ball is not likely to run. This fairway slopes quite a bit from left to right. First few rounds, if you were in the right half of the fairway, you stood a good chance of being in the right-hand rough.
And up through the tee. Does he have an iron? No, he doesn't. No. Well, they like it on the tee.
That is terrific stuff there.
Dead center, isn't it? How far has he got now, Ed?
Jack, I would say he has about 215. I'll check when I have a chance to go out there.
Now, Tom Watson, who put that marvelous tee shot into this par 3 16th hole, and turnabout would be fair play, wouldn't it?
It sure would. Larry may not think so.
No.
Or the Georgia contingent, those dogs. But if you had to have a man putting for you, Jack, this might be the man you'd choose for your life. No, it's gone.
Yeah, it's gone to the left.
He still has one, about
Yes.
like he had it 15.
This is the 18th green. Gil Morgan. Beautiful second shot in here, and he has this now for a birdie. He has third place all to himself now at 1 under. Didn't take the break he saw, did it?
No, and there's not a break there.
No.
That's what it is. And players all week have made that mistake.
There's Seve for par. It's just so hard to keep concentration.
Oh, sure. He's, you know, the tournament's gone when he thought he probably had the best chance to win.
The second bogey this morning for Ballesteros, who goes now to +3 and leaves Calvin Peete by himself in 4th place. All right, Tom Watson for par and a not too easy putt, despite the length of it. He's had 2 of these already this morning, hasn't he?
That's get your oatmeal churning if you leave yourself enough of those.
All right. And he goes now to the 17th, where, as we go down to Raymond Floyd at 18 for birdie. Raymond at 8 over. Oh. So Raymond Floyd finishes 8 over. I have to change that now. That was a bogey here at 18, so that makes Raymond Floyd at +9. Gil Morgan for par. So Gil Morgan finishes 1 under in 3rd place.
Jack, that's a marvelous 4 rounds because a lot of people didn't think anyone would shoot under par, and he's done it, and still not going to win. Ed, about how long a shot does Larry have there?
Dave, he's a little farther than I expected. He's got probably about 225 to 30 to the hole, the pin being on the back. It's a long shot, and it's uphill. He's probably got a 4-wood.
Good lie? Good lie, Ed?
It's a good lie. The ball, again, is a little bit below his feet. He's going to have to make a good swing.
Well, I feel that this kind of shot is his shot, though. A wood that he can cut, and it's what's going to happen to this shot.
It's going a little right, though, isn't it?
Beautiful shot. It's on the green, isn't it?
It just, well, it's close, Ed. I can't tell from here. The cut is so low here. Definitely a putt.
At the 17th tee, Tom Watson. About how far will he have, Rossi?
Well, he's well back. This hole is playing quite
very long.
Today.
Yes.
He's probably 135, 140 yards.
They've been hitting wedges there all week for the second shot.
The air is awful heavy out here.
It's about like San Francisco, Rossi.
Here's Cal Pete's second shot at 18, doing it the old-fashioned way. Isn't that lovely? And the leaderboard shows Larry Nelson just on the fringe here at 18, 1 stroke ahead of Tom Watson, and we'll return to Oakmont for the conclusion in a moment.
Is Larry Nelson walking his way to victory, coming up onto the 18th green of the Oakmont Country Club? It may be, and the crowd is welcoming him as if he is a winner. 1 stroke ahead, the 35-year-old from Marietta, Georgia. A very reasonable-sized gallery here today. I couldn't have believed anybody be out here. It's still overcast, might have rained, and these people started to gather around 8 o'clock this morning.
It was misting when I walked out of the motel, and the traffic wasn't near as heavy, but nevertheless, they've got a nice gallery for they.
Cal Pete, who's played so well in this championship. However, Cal is 2 over on his final round. And that's not quite good enough. He's 2 over for the championship in 4th place, all by himself, behind Nelson, Watson, and Morgan. There it is. Ballesteros, another stroke back, along with Hal Sutton, who finished yesterday, fortunately for him.
Well, he pointed out he wanted to, in case they went back to play, with so much rain, he didn't want to hit it in any of those bunkers where you couldn't get the water out in time. As we said, you have the opportunity to play out, but
now, Tom Watson, when he came to the next to last hole of last year's U.S. Open, it looked like he was just about running out of chances. And then the chip shot that won him his first Open championship. Well, he's on 17 again. And again, it looks like he's almost running out of options.
Ball's going a little right.
And long. There it is in the bunker. Yep. That may do it. We can't say it yet because he's got 18 ahead of him. Knowing Watson, he's liable to put that up very close. Now, Larry Nelson.
And this man has a tough putt. There's no cinch for par here.
He's got to come uphill.
It's very slow coming that way. Maybe the slowest putt at Oakmont.
Oh, get going.
If you remember, in '78, Jerry Pate three-putted that hole. Looked like he had the best chance to win. We keep talking about Watson and Mahaffey and that. That is no surprise because you've played 17 fastest greens maybe that you've ever played, and 18, that putt from below down there is really, really slow.
So this man has to be the toughest putt of his life. And this man has more of a chance than he may think he has at this point.
Yeah.
Tom Watson.
First, he better make 4 at 17.
He'll have a delicate bunker shot facing him. That's right.
Plus, you wonder the consistency of the sand. How wet will it be? Will it be changed from the way it's been for 4 days?
You've made that point before that wet sand can be extremely unpredictable.
It can be, the ball comes out a lot faster, and he has a very short bunker shot there, so how do you get up enough nerve to hit it easy?
Cal Peete had rounds of 75, 68, 70. If he should make this, he'd have a 72.
He's played so well. Short. That's just really slow going up that hill. It's hard for the players to believe.
Now, Watson on 17.
Looks like he has a good lie.
Waste no time with it. Look at this.
What a shot. What a marvelous golf shot. Little does he know
how good a chance he had.
Now, because I feel that Tom had to think, I've got to make a birdie here, because birdie at 18 is certainly not out of the question, but this is the easier by far of the 2 holes, 17.
Cal Peete is going to putt, not Cal Putt is going to Pete.
And that's so that Larry can have center stage.
Okay. Calvin Peete, age 39, who took up golf at age 23, has finished a marvelous U.S. Open. 2 over par round of 73 after earlier rounds of 75, 68, and 70. Another look at Watson's shot.
And he didn't take any time. He just holds that club up, breaks away quickly, and just a nice little blast, but keeps the club moving, Jim. That's what you have to do in a bunker shot. You've got to take that sand, and if you knock the sand out of the bunker, the ball comes out. And the result, very nice. Of course, he's got another one of those little Watson 4-footers there that...
And how about this man, Larry Nelson? Let's see, how long would you say that is? Maybe 10? 9, 10 feet?
Well, it's a good 10.
Yeah.
And if he makes it, I just have to feel you would have to bet your life that he would be the winner. Not much break, Jim, and it is slow going there. Pushed it. Well, all they can do now is wait.
A bogey 5 for Larry Nelson. So he will finish the championship. The 72 holes, 4 under. The final round of 67. Final rounds of 65 and 67 after 75, 74. What a 36 holes.
Around this golf course, I mean, around any golf courses, that would be great. But around here, open conditions, weather, all the things that go into it, U.S. Open. Well, now.
Must make.
Must make. Pushed it.
Oh! And now he's got another one. That is not automatic. So, talk about ebbing and flowing. Nelson looked like a winner. Nelson looked like he was tie. Watson came out of trouble, and now Watson's in trouble.
Larry can't know that yet.
No?
He's in signing his card, which he must do. Yeah, they may be telling him there.
Mm-hmm. He trails by 1 with 1 hole to play.
Well, you have to feel disheartened there because of all the holes on this particular course that you might feel you have a chance to birdie at 17, and to walk off of there with a 5 is really, I don't really know whether he pushed it or not. It just started seemingly to me to the right, and it was very firm, the way Tom putts, and it just caught the top of the hole, and away it goes.
Well, we were talking about those eroding your nerves after a while.
If you leave yourself enough of those, Vic Gezzi told me this a long time ago, you're going to miss one, no matter how good a putter you are. It's your nerves can't stand those 4- and 5-footers when you feel that they're playing for a prize this big.
Larry Nelson checking his scorecard. He, of course, is responsible for checking and seeing that it's correct. Seve Ballesteros 3 over par now, 4 over for the day. He's seeing him again at the British Open very soon, and most of these fine players. But Seve's hopes for the fabled Grand Slam that nobody's ever achieved, the professional Grand Slam as they call it, have gone a glimmering for this year.
Yeah, I like Nicklaus's comment about that. He said it is possible but not probable.
I think that's right. Now Watson, he must make a birdie on the last hole to tie Larry Nelson and force a playoff. The hole, 456 yards, par 4. Well, he's taken step 1.
That's a big drive, too, Jim. Big drive there.
Rossi, that's one of the longer ones we've seen here, I think. So they're playing the final hole, perhaps, in the 1983 U.S. Open. Last chance for Tom Watson on the 18th. He must make a birdie to tie Larry Nelson and force a playoff for the U.S. Open Championship. There have been very few birdies here.
Good lie, Rossi.
He's got a perfect lie, David, and this is a 7-iron now. That's how far he drove it. Drove it 310 yards.
Wow.
Pulled it, though.
Oh, it's way over. Way over, into the crowd.
Jim, he is so hopped up, I think, that, I mean, that drive, you just can't believe how long that drive was. I thought he might go with an 8-iron. He only had a shot of about 150 yards. And,
well, he sure flew it.
Well, I think he tried to cut a 7 and got over the top of it is what happened, Jim. When you get over the top of it, you usually hit the most solid shots that you hit all day, but it's the worst shot you can possibly hit.
Guess what the situation is? He would have to hole a chip shot to tie. Does that sound familiar? From last year?
And they're moving some of the...
Yeah, the gallery ropes being moved. With almost anybody else, you would say a discouraged Tom Watson coming up, but he is never discouraged.
That's the great thing about Watson or Ballesteros, when they're not known as the straightest drivers like a Calvin Peter or Larry Nelson, but they just go get it, find it, knock it up, keep going.
Even though it isn't over, this is the reception for the defending champion. Tom Watson, probably the finest player of the game in the world today and over the past 5 years or so. 4-time winner of the British Open, 1 U.S. Open, 2 Masters. Hasn't won the PGA yet. He'll be trying that later this summer at Riviera. Well, there is the ball. I don't know what that piece of cloth is that it's under. It looks like a blanket and a pad somebody's sitting on and an umbrella. And kind of ragged-looking dead grass there.
No, that's straw, Jim, that they put down
Oh, yeah.
because of the wet conditions, just to keep it from being so muddy. Now, we'll see. He doesn't have to play it from under the blanket, but we'll get some information here in a minute from Frank Hannigan, I'm sure, on exactly there. All right.
Well, the blanket, of course, is a movable obstruction, and he's removed it. If the ball had moved, he would have been required to replace it. It didn't move.
Okay. Frank, when you say replace it, would you replace it with a drop? Or
No, you could place it exactly on that spot.
With
because
your
you
hand.
could see it. It wasn't atop the blanket as I saw it. It was resting aside the blanket.
Right.
Okay, Dave, let's examine the problem.
Problem is he has to chip it in. He doesn't have too much room, and it's downhill there. He has to carry it over, say, 20 feet of the taller rough.
Yep.
So much will depend on, does he have a good clean lie?
Should be
Frank?
a little hot coming out of that grass.
Yeah.
Dog gonna have to move out of here.
PJ Boat, excuse me, PJ Boat right there in the middle of the picture, the USGA, making sure things are in order. A quiet, please. It's Bill Campbell in the white cap, the president of the USGA, who's the referee of this final twosome.
I think Frank Hannigan has something to say about that. He's got some information from below.
Yes, Frank.
It looks to me as if Tom has an option that he is on. That is an area of unusual damage caused the other day by the vehicular and the spectator traffic on these terrible rainstorms. So he is going to have an option of either playing that ball as it lies or of dropping it elsewhere without penalty. And that's what they're determining down there now. And Tom is examining his options. He may decide it's better to drop it. He may decide it's better to try from the straw.
As a matter of fact, Frank, I can see a partly obliterated white line down there. Most of it's been washed away, but there's about 4 feet of, see a white line down there by that yellow cable or gallery rope?
Yes.
See on the left of the screen? Is that the remnant of a lined off area?
See,
it may be.
You could pick up Watson and Boatwright right now.
Can I move the pine straw and drop it? What's this white line here for? Is that for the gallery?
Move the pine straw, you can cut them if you have a problem with the ball.
What if I move the pine straw and you just move the pine straw here and drop it?
Well, I don't think this is that.
And I have to drop to a place where there's no pine straw?
Yeah. When you say so.
Local rule? I cannot take I could not remove the pine straw and then drop it there.
Then we would be changing the ground on our pay. I don't think we do that. Can you drop it? No.
Fine point, Frank Hannigan?
Yeah, very fine point. The pine straw has been put on atop this area that's ground under repair, just to give people footing. Watson is asking the officials if he can remove the pine straw, which now takes on the status of loose impediments, if you will. And you can't remove loose impediments and have your ball move.
Let's see if we can hear again.
I mean, I can remove this stuff right in here, right? I can move that here, like this, right?
That's
From
correct.
that right there over.
That's correct.
I can move like that.
Yeah.
You notice too, Frank, that he had the ball marked there. I didn't see him do that. So if it had have moved when the blanket was moved, he knew exactly where it was. I didn't notice it.
Exactly what he had done, David.
Larry Nelson looking on.
Can you blame him?
Who's this long?
See the coin just to the right, under the back of the ball there.
In the little V made by those 2 pieces of straw.
Just
Now the gallery rope being removed.
Yeah, that's just right. Thank you.
Long wait, Larry. Frank?
Yeah, so what he's doing now is taking relief under the ground under repair rule, which is the same as casual water, under Rule 32. He's going to drop at the nearest point where that condition no longer exists. That is, where there is no longer any of that pine straw.
And is not near the hole.
Exactly. And it looks like as though they have determined that point.
That was Larry Nelson standing with his wife, Gail. You saw a moment ago. He has checked his scorecard. There they are. Nice-looking couple, aren't they?
Oh, yeah, they're a nice couple, too. It's
2 children they have, Drew and Josh. Drew is 7 and Josh is 5. And Tom Watson is dropping.
That's
Took
okay.
a funny bounce against his heel.
That's okay. It touched him after it dropped.
Touched him after it hit the ground. Yes.
Right. Therefore, the drop is okay. If it hit him on the way down, then he would have been required to re-drop, but it didn't do that.
Interesting point too, Dave, that there's mud on that ball, and when he picked it up to drop it, he had to leave that there.
I just think it's grass. It's just a few little flecks of grass that it picked up there.
Yeah.
It's not going to affect it too much.
There it is. The point I was making, though, is that when he picked it up to drop it, he could not rub it in any way. Had to leave that stuff.
When he picked it up to drop it, he could clean the ball.
But he
now
clean
he
it?
can't. Right.
Okay. Well, complications over. The problem is simple.
It may be simple for Larry. A lot simpler for Larry than it is for Tom.
Has to go in the hole. Too hot.
Hold it. Hold it.
No, that's going all the way down to the front of the green. And Larry Nelson has won the United States Open Golf Championship at age 35. The touring professional from Marietta, Georgia, has won the national championship after trailing by 7 strokes at the end of 2 rounds. He shot marvelous rounds. In the last 2, a 65 and a 67 today, the lowest final 36 holes ever to win the Open.
And that's a record that was first set 51 years ago by Gene Sayers, and that record has been a long time, since tied by a number of people, including Dr. Kerry Middlecoff.
Tom Watson can make 5 here and still finish ahead of Gil Morgan. This is his 4th shot. Oh! Talk about finishing like a champion. Well, a par 4 on the final hole, but it isn't quite good enough. Tom Watson, by a single stroke, has lost his U.S. Open championship. We have seen play on this golf course the past 4 days, past 5 days, parts of 5 days that sometimes bordered on the unbelievable, considering the difficulty of the golf course. A final round of 69. Seve Ballesteros putting for a birdie on the final hole. Putting on a little show for the crowd, are they or are they not? Ballesteros now will move into a tie with Cal Peete for 4th place in the championship with a birdie on 18. Ballesteros started at 1 under par. He ends up at 2 over. A round of 74 today. Well, they got some reward for coming out early this morning. The crowd saw marvelous golf on the final holes by Larry Nelson and by Tom Watson. Congratulations from Seve for Larry. Now let's meet the champion with Jack Whittaker.
Larry, you said yesterday there'd probably be a mixture of tears and laughter, and Gail's crying here, aren't you? Huh?
Yes.
Tears of happiness, I'm sure. Joy. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I don't know. I don't really know what to say. I'm just tickled to death, and the only thing I can say, I guess, is just praise the Lord.
How about a 60-foot birdie putt at 16?
Well, I tell you, I get out there, and all I'm trying to do is knock the 4-wood on the green, and I didn't want to hit it quite that far left. And the only thing I was thinking about standing over the putt was just trying to get it close. And then when it went over the last little rise there, it looked like it was dead center, and it just went right in the middle of the hole. And, I think that was the most fun I had all day, was running towards the pin.
You look like Tom Watson running last year at 17.
I think it was pretty much the same situation.
And did you help him last night ease the nerves and the tension there, Gail? Huh?
Well, Larry was calm all night long, so there wasn't much to be done. he knew what he wanted to do, and that was just play good, solid golf and let the rest take care of itself.
But Larry, you know, you broke an open record that's lasted for a long time, set by Gene Sarazen for the last 36 holes.
Well, I really like Gene. I can't, I really don't know what to say. I feel like I hit the ball well the last 2 days and putted pretty good by the putt I hit on 16. And I don't know, I'm just, right now I'm just kind of numb and just kind of happy that it's over. It's been a long 18 holes.
It'll take a while for it to sink in, but you're a marvelous Open champion. Congratulations.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it.
Jim?
There are the final standings in the United States Open of 1983. Again, let's go to Jack now with Tom Watson.
Tom finished like a champion.
Well, just a one shot too few.
Yeah, well, up on 17, isn't that funny, that little 17th hole?
Well, I hit a bad second shot and hit a heck of a bunker shot, and then I got a little aggressive with the putt, but actually I had a chance at the last hole. I had a bad iron shot in the last hole as well, and it was just, I just didn't play as well as Larry did. Larry played better than I did and won the championship.
But you seem to be so pumped up. You must have hit your drive at 18 over 300 yards, didn't you?
Well, I did hit it over 300 yards, but it didn't make any difference because I didn't hit the green, didn't have a good opportunity for birdie.
Yes, you didn't, but the putt, we'll remember the putt long after we forgot the bogey at 17.
Well, it was really kind of an anticlimax, the putt, but you know, I'm happy for Larry. Larry played very well the last 2 rounds, and he played like a champion. He deserves to be the U.S. Open champion in 1983.